Every challenge you face in the daylight continues its quiet conversation with you long after the world goes still. When the doors close, when the expectations fade, when you are no longer performing the role others know you for, what remains is the private terrain of your mind, the doubts that tap on the edges of your confidence, the fears that return like old guests, the memories that still tighten the chest, and the obstacles that don't stand in front of you, but rise inside you. Not because you're broken, not because you're failing, but because no one ever taught you how to meet the battles that don't show on your face. We were raised to overcome the world by force. Push harder, work faster, never stop moving. But nobody explained how to face the storms that form in our thoughts, how to sit with discomfort without drowning in it, how to turn resistance into direction, or how to stop treating our inner world like an enemy we must defeat. Yet there is a quieter voice in you, a wiser one, that already knows another way, a way that doesn't require pretending, a way that doesn't require winning every moment, a way that feels like strength without struggle, courage without noise. The Stoics taught that the world outside you is never the problem. The real obstacle is the story you tell yourself about it. That clarity comes when you stop wrestling with your thoughts. That peace arrives when you look at your mind with honesty instead of fear, and that every inner obstacle is not a wall but a doorway. Tonight, this is the journey we begin. A journey into the places you avoid. A journey toward the parts of you that are tired of fighting. A journey that teaches you how to turn your thoughts into allies instead of opponents. This is 4 hours to understand your mind. 4 hours to release what weighs you down. 4 hours to discover the strength that was always yours. Quiet, steady, unshakable. The obstacle is the way, even in your thoughts. And tonight, we walk that path together. When the introduction settles in your chest like a slow-burning truth, something else begins to rise. Something subtle, almost hidden. A pull from inside, a quiet nudge. A feeling that what comes next isn't just information, but a shift. The mind senses when it's about to be confronted with a new way of seeing itself. There's a slight tension, a tightening, a spark of resistance, not as an enemy, but as a signal. That signal is where the real work begins, and it's where this journey continues. Mental resistance is often misunderstood. Most people treat it like a warning to stop, turn around, or retreat to familiar thoughts. But what if the resistance you feel isn't trying to block you, but trying to guide you? What if the heaviness, the hesitation, the discomfort is a compass pointing towards something you need to face, understand, or release? The Stoics knew this deeply. Obstacles reveal direction. Inner obstacles reveal truth. Mental resistance is that subtle shift inside you when you approach something meaningful. It appears when you step toward a thought that carries power. It rises when you approach growth, not when you approach danger. Resistance is rarely about fear of failure. It's usually fear of change. Your mind clings to the familiar, even when the familiar hurts. It favors old patterns because they're predictable, even if they limit you. So when resistance appears, it's telling you, there's something here you haven't met with honesty yet. The mistake many make is interpreting resistance as a stop sign. They back away. They distract themselves. They bury the feeling with noise. But resistance only grows stronger when ignored. It sharpens its edges when avoided. It becomes a wall only when you pretend it isn't there. But when you step closer, when you lean into the discomfort without judgment, the wall shifts. The edges soften. and what looked like a barrier starts to look more like a doorway. Resistance is a compass because it marks the path that matters. Think about the thoughts you avoid the most. Those are often the ones carrying the answers you've been looking for. The conversation you keep postponing, the habit you know you need to break, the truth you keep sidestepping, the emotion you keep pushing down. Every avoided moment has its own gravity, pulling at your attention until you face it. Not because the mind wants to punish you, but because it wants you free. When resistance appears, your job is not to push through it blindly. Your job is to pause and ask, what is this pointing to? That question alone begins to shift your inner landscape. The mind goes from fighting itself to studying itself, and study creates distance. Distance gives clarity. Clarity gives choice. Suddenly, you are no longer trapped inside the resistance. You're observing it from the outside. From that place, resistance loses its power to intimidate. It becomes information. The human mind is trained to avoid discomfort. We learn this early. Physical pain teaches caution. Emotional discomfort teaches retreat. But inner resistance is not the same as pain. It is the friction of growth. It's the stretching of old thought patterns. It's your mind trying to hold two versions of you at once, who you are and who you're becoming. That tension is natural, healthy even, but only if you work with it, not against it. Think of every major shift you've ever gone through. Before clarity, there was tension. Before confidence, there was doubt. Before peace, there was confusion. Resistance appears before breakthroughs, because a doorway always feels tight until you've stepped through. The mind tightens to keep you safe, but you grow by loosening the parts of yourself that cling too tightly. Treating resistance as a compass means being courageous enough to lean toward the thought that scares you, not to suffer, but to see. It means being willing to sit with the emotion instead of running from it. It means being honest when something feels heavy and gentle when something feels tangled. Resistance is not a challenge to overpower. It's a message to interpret. When resistance points toward a fear, meet the fear with curiosity. When it points toward an old wound, meet it with patience. When it points toward a truth, meet it with honesty. When it points toward a change, meet it with readiness. Curiosity softens resistance. Patience untangles it. Honesty dissolves it. Readiness transforms it. Over time, you learn that resistance is not a sign you're going the wrong way. It's a sign you're touching something real. The Stoics believed that wisdom begins where avoidance ends. When you follow resistance instead of fleeing it, you uncover parts of yourself you didn't know were waiting to be understood. This is not self-punishment. It is self-alignment. It is choosing to be guided by what challenges you instead of comforted by what limits you. Lean into resistance not as an enemy, but as a guide. It reveals where you're still holding tension. It exposes the places you haven't healed. It highlights the beliefs still shaping you. And most importantly, it points toward the next version of you. One step, one breath, one brave moment at a time. Your compass is inside you. You feel it every time something within you tightens, not to push you away, but to show you exactly where you need to go. When you start treating resistance as guidance instead of a threat, something unexpected happens. You begin to notice the thoughts hiding behind that resistance. The ones that arrive uninvited. The ones that tighten your chest for no clear reason. The ones that echo louder when the room grows quiet. These thoughts are often the reason resistance appeared in the first place. They rise from old fears, past experiences, buried emotions, or stories you've carried too long. And this is where the next shift begins. right at the doorway where intrusive thoughts show their face. There's a moment, brief but powerful, where an intrusive thought appears and you instantly judge it. The mind reacts fast, too fast. It labels the thought as wrong, scary, embarrassing, strange, or dangerous. You tense up, you push it away, you try to silence it. But the more force you use, the louder the thought becomes. It grows because suppression feeds it. Avoidance strengthens it. Resistance turns it into a shadow that stretches wider than it needs to. The truth many people never learn is simple. An intrusive thought is not a command. It's not a prophecy. It's not an identity. It's a messenger. Before you rush to fix it, correct it, or bury it, you must first learn to listen. Everything the mind produces comes from somewhere, even the thoughts that feel random or unsettling. They are signals from deeper layers of your internal world, signals that something wants attention, understanding, or release. When you assume every intrusive thought carries a lesson before it carries a solution, you shift your entire relationship with your mind. The thought stops being a threat. It becomes information, and information can guide you. Information can teach you. Information can free you. Intrusive thoughts often rise when something in your life is out of alignment. Maybe your boundaries are too soft. Maybe you're exhausted but pretending you're fine. Maybe you've been carrying guilt or shame that you never processed. Maybe you've been ignoring your intuition. Intrusive thoughts don't always appear because something is wrong with you. They often appear because something inside you wants to be seen. Instead of reacting with fear or judgment, approach the thought the way a skilled observer would. Stay calm enough to ask, "What is this showing me about myself?" Because every intrusive thought has a root. Some roots stretch into past pain, some into insecurity, some into suppressed emotions, some into fears about control, safety, or responsibility. When you approach these thoughts with curiosity, the root begins to reveal itself. The thought that says something bad will happen might be teaching you that you're carrying too much responsibility for things you cannot control. The thought that says you're not enough might be pointing to an old wound someone else planted in you long ago. The thought that says, "What if everything falls apart?" might be exposing how little you trust your own strength. The thought that feels intrusive, disturbing, or strange might signal discomfort, not danger, fear of loss, fear of change, or fear of vulnerability. Once you look for the lesson, the urgency fades. You don't need to panic. You don't need to fix it in one breath. You simply study it. You hold it gently. You allow it to speak without letting it control the room. This is what the Stoics understood well. Thoughts lose their power the moment you shift from reacting to observing. And observation requires patience, not panic. When you approach intrusive thoughts with the assumption that they contain wisdom, you also remove the shame attached to them. You stop feeling guilty for having a human mind, because every mind produces noise. Every mind generates unwanted material. Every mind pulls old stories into new moments. You are not broken for experiencing this. You're normal. The key is learning to separate the appearance of a thought from the meaning of it. An intrusive thought is often a misunderstood attempt at communication. It's a part of you raising its hand, asking for a deeper look. When you silence it too quickly, you silence your own growth. But when you allow it the space to reveal its lesson, you unlock an inner clarity that few people ever reach. There is a calmness that forms when you stop fighting your own mind. A calmness that says, "You're allowed to speak. but you don't decide who I am. This calmness creates distance, and distance creates understanding. You begin to see that the thought is not a threat, it's a guest. It may not be a pleasant one, but even unpleasant guests teach you something about your boundaries, your values, or your needs. With time, you'll notice that intrusive thoughts come less frequently, not because you forced them away, but because you understood them. When the lesson is received, the messenger has no reason to return with the same intensity. You grow. The thought dissolves. The mind learns. This is how inner fortitude is built, not by silencing the mind, but by interpreting it, not by shaming your experiences, but by learning from them, not by seeking immediate solutions, but by honoring the lessons waiting beneath the thoughts. Every intrusive thought has something to show you. Look closer, and it becomes a guide. Listen deeply, and it becomes a teacher. Accept its presence, and it becomes a stepping stone instead of a burden. The mind is not trying to harm you, it's trying to show you where you still need healing, clarity, and truth. And when you begin to understand your thoughts this way, you step into a level of inner strength that no outer challenge can take away. The moment you begin seeing intrusive thoughts as teachers instead of threats, something shifts quietly inside you. The mind stops feeling like a battlefield and starts feeling like a landscape you can walk through without fear. And when that happens, a deeper truth begins to surface, one that many people never confront. You start to realize how much of your inner life operates without accountability. Your actions are judged, corrected, refined, but your thoughts? They often run wild, unchecked, shaping your emotions and choices without being held responsible. This is where the next step begins. There's a particular kind of honesty that most people never learn. Holding your thoughts to the same standard you hold your actions. It sounds simple, but it requires courage. We're taught to behave well, to speak kindly, to act with integrity, but few people are ever taught to think with integrity. The mind becomes a place where anything can go unchallenged. Cruel self-talk is allowed. Old assumptions stay unexamined. Harsh judgments move freely. Doubt grows roots. Fear takes the microphone. And because no one sees the mess, it's easy to pretend it isn't there. But your thoughts shape your world long before your actions do. Thoughts are the architects. Actions are the buildings. If the blueprint is distorted, the structure eventually cracks. Holding your thoughts to the same standard means you don't allow your mind to speak to you in ways you would never speak to someone you love. It means you don't tolerate narratives that shrink you, sabotage you, or twist you into smaller versions of yourself. It means you stop letting your inner voice operate without discipline. Thoughts are powerful enough to build you or break you, so they must be held accountable. This doesn't mean forcing your mind to be positive. It means training it to be true. A thought shouldn't be allowed to run unchecked simply because it's internal. If you speak a lie out loud, you correct it. But if your mind whispers that lie silently, you often accept it as fact. That's the first standard to address. Accuracy. When your mind creates stories without evidence, you question them. When it predicts worst outcomes, you ask for proof. When it speaks from fear instead of clarity, you slow it down. You don't accept every thought as truth. You require it to earn its place. Another standard is fairness. You wouldn't judge another person based on their worst moment, yet you judge yourself based on every small mistake. You forgive others for imperfections, yet you hold yourself hostage for human errors. Holding your thoughts to a higher standard means your mind must treat you fairly. No exaggeration. no unnecessary cruelty, no catastrophic storytelling just because you're tired or vulnerable. Then there's the standard of alignment. Actions must align with values to mean something. Thoughts should too. A thought that contradicts your values isn't wisdom, it's noise. A thought filled with envy, resentment, or self-sabotage isn't a reflection of your true character. It's a reflection of unexamined emotion. When you hold thoughts to your values, you filter out everything that tries to pull you away from who you want to be. There is also the standard of responsibility. Actions carry consequences, and so do thoughts. A thought repeated becomes a belief becomes a pattern becomes a life. When your mind produces harmful or unhelpful thoughts, you don't punish yourself, but you do take responsibility for reshaping them. Not through force, but through awareness, through correction, through honesty. Holding your thoughts to a standard is not about controlling your mind. It's about teaching it to respect you. Most people allow their thoughts to speak in ways they would never allow from another person. They allow disrespect. They allow dismissal. They allow internal bullying. The mind becomes a critic instead of a companion. But when you begin setting boundaries with your inner voice, you shift the balance of power. You stop treating your thoughts as rulers and begin treating them as visitors. Some visitors deserve attention. Some deserve gratitude. Some deserve correction. And some deserve to leave. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that a disciplined mind leads to disciplined action, that your inner dialogue shapes your entire experience, that the world outside you may be unpredictable, but the world inside you must be tended carefully. It is your first home, your first responsibility, your first source of strength. When you hold your thoughts to the same standard as your actions, your inner world becomes a place you can trust. You stop being afraid of your own mind. You stop drowning in self-created storms. You start walking through life with a clarity that others feel before you ever speak. You begin to act not from fear or insecurity, but from truth. This kind of inner accountability doesn't happen overnight. It's built through small moments of awareness, through catching yourself in old patterns, through correcting subtle distortions, through reminding your mind that it must respect the person it belongs to. You deserve thoughts that don't tear you down. You deserve thoughts that reflect your values. You deserve thoughts that move you forward. You deserve thoughts that tell the truth, not the worst story, not the darkest version, not the old wound disguised as reality. Your thoughts are powerful enough to shape your life, so let them meet the standards that protect your peace, honor your worth, and reflect your growth. That is the beginning of real mental strength. Quiet, steady, unwavering. When you begin holding your thoughts to the same standard as your actions, the mind becomes clearer, cleaner, more honest, more steady. And with that clarity comes something else, something most people try their whole lives to avoid. Discomfort. It shows up quietly at first, like a tremor under the surface, a tightening in the chest, a thought you don't want to face, a feeling you don't want to name, and your first instinct, the one you were taught since childhood, is to push it away. Distract yourself, pretend it isn't there, get busy enough to outrun it. But discomfort has patience. It waits, it returns, it speaks in new ways until you finally stop running. This is where the next shift in inner strength begins. The mind reacts to discomfort as if it were danger. But discomfort is not danger, it's communication. It's the body and mind trying to show you something you haven't yet acknowledged. When you fight it, you silence the information it carries. When you suppress it, you make it louder later. When you fear it, you give it control. Interrogating discomfort is not about making it disappear, it's about understanding what it's trying to tell you. Every uncomfortable feeling has a source, a memory, a wound, a fear, a need, a truth. Something beneath the surface is trying to reach you, and instead of fighting that feeling, you step toward it with curiosity. Curiosity dissolves fear. Curiosity softens tension. Curiosity turns discomfort into revelation instead of suffering. When you interrogate discomfort, you begin by naming it without judgment. You don't call it weakness. You don't label it failure. You simply acknowledge that something inside you has been triggered. That simple honesty opens a door. Then you ask the questions most people avoid. What is this discomfort protecting? What is it reminding me of? What story is it connected to? What belief is supporting it? What need is going unmet? What truth have I been avoiding? These questions turn discomfort from a fog into a map. The fear becomes clearer. The tension becomes specific. When something becomes specific, it becomes workable. The unknown is what scares the mind. The known is manageable. Discomfort is often an old experience trying to replay itself. A childhood moment that taught you to fear rejection. A past relationship that made vulnerability feel dangerous. A failure that still echoes in your expectations. A moment where you were hurt and never learned how to close the wound. Discomfort carries history. When you interrogate it, you peel back the layers until the root shows itself. And roots are easier to heal than branches. Sometimes discomfort reveals that you're carrying responsibilities that don't belong to you. Sometimes it reveals emotional pressure you never released. Sometimes it reveals areas where you're not living truthfully. Sometimes it reveals boundaries that need strengthening. Sometimes it reveals that you're saying yes when your heart is begging you to say no. Every form of discomfort carries wisdom. But you cannot access that wisdom if your only strategy is to escape. People spend years building lives around comfort, comfortable lies, comfortable habits, comfortable identities. The Stoics taught the opposite. Lean into the truth that discomfort reveals who you are. It's the entry point into transformation. It's proof that you're brushing up against something meaningful. Something that wants to shift. When you interrogate discomfort instead of fighting it, you start discovering patterns. You notice how certain situations always tighten the same place in your body. You notice how specific words or tones from others trigger your defenses. You notice how particular thoughts activate old fears. This awareness doesn't just calm discomfort, it gives you insight into the architecture of your inner world. And insight gives you choices. You stop reacting blindly. You stop collapsing into old patterns. You stop letting emotions drag you without direction. You begin responding with clarity because you understand what's happening and why. Discomfort becomes a guide rather than a threat. Interrogating discomfort also builds emotional resilience. Not the kind of toughness that shuts you down, but the kind that makes you strong without becoming hard. When you can sit with discomfort without fear, you become unshakable. You learn that the feeling will rise and fall like a wave, that it does not own you, that you can experience it without being consumed by it. This is the quiet power the Stoics lived by, becoming familiar with discomfort so that nothing internal can control you and nothing external can break you. Most suffering comes not from discomfort itself, but from the fight against it. The more you resist, the more you suffer. The more you listen, the more you understand. And the more you understand, the more you heal. Discomfort isn't a punishment, it's an invitation. It's the mind saying, there is something here you need to see. When you answer that invitation with curiosity, you begin to free yourself from the inside out, because the parts of you that hurt are the parts that want your attention, not your avoidance. And once you learn to interrogate discomfort gently, consistently, honestly, you begin to transform the very terrain of your inner world. The storms become smaller, the fears lose their sharpness, the emotions move through you instead of getting stuck. You begin to trust yourself in ways you never have before. This is how inner strength is built, through understanding, not resistance, through presence, not panic, through meeting discomfort with courage instead of fear. Each time you do, the mind learns that it no longer needs to protect you with tension. It learns that you can hold yourself, and that realization changes everything. Once you stop fighting discomfort and start questioning it, something new becomes clear. Fear isn't always coming from the size of the problem. Most of the time, fear comes from the vagueness of it. The mind is threatened not by what it understands, but by what it hasn't named. A blurry thought feels bigger. A foggy fear feels sharper. A vague worry grows into something monstrous simply because it has no edges. And this is the moment when a scared mind needs a skill it was never taught: the power of defining things precisely. When a thought scares you, it rarely arrives fully formed. It comes as a hint of dread, a sensation that something is wrong, a whisper that something bad might happen. The mind fills in the blanks with everything it fears. It magnifies, it exaggerates, it paints whole stories from a single spark. These stories don't come with structure, they come with intensity. And intensity feels like truth when you haven't slowed down enough to examine it. Reducing the size of a thought begins with exposing its actual shape. A thought like, "Everything is falling apart," becomes much smaller when you break it down into specifics. What is falling apart? What part exactly? What proof do you have? What part of this is emotion rather than fact? What is in your control? What is not? The moment you start answering those questions, the thought deflates. Not because the problem disappears, but because vagueness can't survive precision. Fear depends on exaggeration. Clarity depends on detail. The more detail you reveal, the weaker fear becomes. When a thought like, "I'm not safe," appears, the body reacts as if danger is right in front of you. Your heart speeds up, your muscles tighten. But when you define the thought more precisely, "I'm afraid because I don't know what will happen next," the body loosens. Because uncertainty is very different from danger. The thought was never about physical safety. It was about unpredictability. The moment you define it, your nervous system stops preparing for a threat that was never real. This is the power of precision. It gives your mind a place to stand. Fear thrives in the undefined. Clarity thrives in the specific. The Stoics understood that the mind is naturally dramatic. It tends to overreact, not because you're weak, but because the brain is wired to anticipate threats. Defining a fear is not to downplay it. It is to bring it into the realm where reasoning and calm assessment can reach it. When a thought scares you, ask it to explain itself. Don't let it shout vague warnings. Make it speak clearly. A thought like, "I'll lose everything," becomes smaller when you ask, "What is everything? What would I actually lose? How likely is that? What steps can prevent it? What resources do I have?" Fear only feels infinite when you treat it like a shadow rather than an object. Another part of reducing fear through definition is noticing the language of your mind. The brain loves using dramatic words. Always, never, everyone, everything, nothing. These words create panic because they create absolutes. But life is rarely absolute. When you challenge those words by asking for specifics, your mind immediately becomes more honest. A thought like, "I always mess things up," loses all its power the moment you ask for examples. Suddenly the mind must move from emotion to fact, and facts are never as extreme as fear wants them to be. Reducing the size of a thought isn't just about calming yourself, it's about reclaiming authority over your own mind. When a thought frightens you, it tries to position itself as your judge. But when you define it, you become the examiner. You move from overwhelmed to analytical, from emotional to grounded. This doesn't mean you dismiss the fear. You honor it by understanding it fully. And understanding always shrinks the monster back into something human-sized. There is also another quiet benefit to defining a scary thought. It allows you to see which part of it is real and which part is just emotional static. Maybe only 10% of the fear is true concern, and the rest is your mind reacting from old wounds. You can't separate those things until you define the thought. Once you do, your emotional load becomes lighter because you are no longer carrying more than the truth. Defining a scary thought also helps you see what it actually needs. Some thoughts need reassurance. Some need boundaries. Some need action steps. Some need release. But you can't know which until you understand the thought clearly. A vague fear is impossible to soothe. A defined one is teachable. Precision doesn't erase fear, it transforms it into something manageable. Something you can face without collapsing. Something that stops feeling like a storm and starts feeling like weather you can walk through. Once you master this skill, your mind stops being a place where shadows stretch taller than you. Every fear becomes an object you can hold, examine, question, and, when necessary, let go. The more clearly you define your thoughts, the smaller they become. The smaller they become, the more control you regain. The more control you regain, the safer you feel inside yourself. And when you feel safe inside yourself, no thought can overwhelm you the same way again. When you start shrinking your fears with precision, a new kind of strength forms inside you. Not loud strength, not dramatic strength, a quiet one, the kind that comes from knowing your mind can no longer trap you with vague threats or exaggerated stories. But even with clarity, another truth waits just underneath. Thoughts don't gain power because they exist. They gain power because you agree with them. This is the next shift, one most people never realize their entire lives. Thoughts rise without permission. They appear like flashes, impulses, memories, reactions, echoes. Some are useful, some are neutral, some are heavy, some are rooted in old wounds, some are shaped by fear, some are simply noise. And yet, many people treat every thought as a verdict. They hear it and assume it must be true. The mind becomes a courtroom where every whispered possibility becomes a sentence. But no thought, no matter how forceful, dramatic, or painful, becomes real until you accept it. You're not responsible for the thoughts that pop into your mind. You are responsible for the ones you choose to believe. This is where inner freedom begins. A thought only becomes part of your identity if you sign your name beneath it. Until then, it's just an idea floating through your awareness. You can let it pass. You can observe it from distance. You can challenge it. You can decline it the same way you decline a sales pitch that you didn't ask for. The mind produces thousands of thoughts daily. Most are fragments. Many contradict each other. They're not meant to all be believed. They're meant to be evaluated. But your mind has learned to mistake familiarity for truth. A thought repeated often starts to feel like a fact. A thought that matches your fears feels even more convincing. A thought that echoes a painful memory feels real simply because the emotion attached to it is strong. But emotional intensity isn't evidence. This is where agreement becomes the deciding factor. A thought like, "I can't handle this," carries no weight until you adopt it. A thought like, "I'm not good enough," stays powerless until you accept it as your own. A thought like, "Everything will go wrong," remains an empty possibility unless you give it authority. You are the gatekeeper, and the gate only opens when you say yes. This doesn't mean you suppress thoughts or pretend they aren't there. It means you give yourself the freedom to choose which ones get to stay. You don't have to argue with every thought. You don't have to fight every mental visitor. You simply recognize that a thought has shown up, and you decide whether it reflects truth or fear, past or present, clarity or distortion. Just because a thought feels loud doesn't make it right. Just because a thought hurts doesn't make it accurate. Just because a thought repeats doesn't make it destiny. Thoughts become meaningful when you give them meaning. The Stoics understood this with remarkable simplicity. The mind is not dangerous. Unchecked agreement is. They taught that the only power a thought has is the power you give it through acceptance. When you stop automatically believing every thought, you reclaim a freedom most people never touch. You stop being dragged by mental narratives. You stop collapsing under old wounds that disguise themselves as truth. You stop treating every fear as prophecy. You also begin to notice something profound. Not all thoughts belong to your present self. Some belong to the version of you that was scared. Some belong to the version that was hurt. Some belong to the version that was overwhelmed or unprepared. Some belong to people who once influenced you, whose voices still echo subtly in your mind. When you realize a thought doesn't match who you are now, you can release it. You can decline it respectfully. You can say, "This isn't mine anymore." A powerful way to do this is to create separation between the thought and your identity. Instead of saying, "I am a failure," shift it to, "I'm having a thought about failing." This small shift breaks the illusion that the thought defines you. It becomes something happening in your mind, not something you are. Distance brings perspective. Perspective brings choice. And choice brings peace. The more you practice not agreeing prematurely, the more you start to see your thoughts as suggestions, not commands. As visitors, not rulers. As possibilities, not pathways you must walk. Some thoughts will still sting. Some will still surprise you. Some will still feel heavy. But even then, they remain harmless unless you adopt them. You become free the moment you realize a thought is just a thought until you decide otherwise. You can let it pass through without letting it stay. You can thank it for showing up without inviting it to move in. You can acknowledge it without kneeling before it. This level of inner sovereignty changes everything. The mind becomes quieter, not because thoughts stop appearing, but because you no longer feed the ones that weaken you. You choose which thoughts become beliefs. You choose which beliefs become behaviors. You choose which behaviors shape your life. You own the final word, not the thought. And once you learn this, no internal storm can control you the same way again. When you learn that no thought becomes real until you agree with it, something inside you settles. The mind stops feeling like a place where you're being ambushed by your own ideas. But even as that freedom grows, another hidden habit reveals itself: the speed at which your mind reacts to difficulty. The instant something goes wrong, the mind rushes to judge it. It declares it a disaster, a threat, a setback, a failure. It paints the whole picture before you've even seen the first brushstroke. And this automatic interpretation is often far worse than the situation itself. This is where the next piece of inner fortitude begins, the ability to pause. Pausing is not weakness. Pausing is strength in its most subtle form. It's the moment between what happens and what you conclude about it. Most suffering doesn't come from the event. It comes from the meaning you attach to the event. A small inconvenience becomes a catastrophe because you interpret it through fear. A misunderstanding becomes a rejection because you interpret it through insecurity. A delay becomes defeat because you interpret it through impatience. Training yourself to pause gives you the space to respond instead of react. The mind reacts quickly because it was designed for survival. Speed kept ancient humans alive. But in the modern world, speed often creates unnecessary pain. Quick interpretations are usually wrong. They come from habit, not clarity. They come from old wounds, not truth. They come from assumptions, not understanding. A pause interrupts all of that. It breaks the chain. It gives you a breath to see things as they are, not as your fear tells you they are. A pause is a moment of pure awareness, a place where panic loses momentum, a space where your emotional reflex has time to settle. That single second of stillness can save you from hours of unnecessary stress. It gives your mind a chance to gather facts instead of running on imagination. Facts are steady. Imagination under stress is volatile. When difficulty appears, your first interpretation is almost always emotional. But emotion isn't the full truth. It's just the first wave. If you pause, that wave passes, and the real situation begins to show itself. Maybe the challenge isn't as big as it seemed. Maybe the problem has a simple explanation. Maybe the situation isn't personal. Maybe the person didn't mean what you assumed. Maybe the setback is temporary, not defining. A pause allows reality to catch up to your reaction. This practice also reveals how much your mind relies on old patterns. For example, someone with a history of disappointment may interpret any delay as abandonment. Someone with a history of failure may interpret any obstacle as proof of inadequacy. Someone with a history of chaos may interpret any conflict as danger. But these interpretations are echoes of the past, not reflections of the present. Pausing long enough to notice this breaks the cycle. It shows you that the difficulty itself isn't the problem. It's the lens you're using to look at it. The Stoics taught the importance of this pause. They believed that events themselves are neutral. What creates suffering is the judgment we attach to them. If you pause, even briefly, you give yourself time to choose the judgment instead of inheriting it from fear or habit. Pausing also lets you check your internal state before making sense of the external situation. If you're tired, everything feels heavier. If you're stressed, everything feels urgent. If you're overwhelmed, everything feels threatening. When you pause, you notice the difference between your emotional state and the actual difficulty. You stop projecting your inner chaos onto the outside world. This simple act builds resilience. When you pause, you teach your mind that not every challenge requires immediate meaning. Not every setback is a crisis. Not every difficulty needs to be labeled. Some things just need a moment of breath, clarity, and perspective. This prevents your emotions from spiraling. It prevents impulsive decisions. It prevents unnecessary suffering. Pausing also strengthens your emotional intelligence. You start noticing patterns, how your body reacts, how your mind jumps to conclusions, how your thoughts try to protect you. You learn to navigate your internal reactions with awareness instead of fear. The more you pause, the more you understand yourself. The more you understand yourself, the less likely you are to be overwhelmed by difficulty. And here's the quiet truth. A pause doesn't delay your life, it stabilizes it. People often rush to interpret difficulty because silence makes them uncomfortable. But silence is where your real wisdom lives. Silence is where your intuition speaks. Silence is where your logic has time to rise. Silence is where your emotional storm settles enough for you to see the horizon again. A pause is not stopping. A pause is preparing. A pause is choosing strength instead of instinct. A pause is choosing clarity instead of chaos. Once you begin practicing this, challenges stop feeling like personal attacks. Difficulties stop feeling like destiny. Setbacks stop feeling like failure. You start seeing that most obstacles are workable, not because they get easier, but because you stop reacting in ways that make them bigger. Your mind becomes a calmer place. Your reactions become slower, more deliberate. Your decisions become wiser. Your emotional world becomes steadier. And slowly, you develop one of the rarest forms of inner power, the ability to stay centered when life tries to pull you off balance. All of it begins with a pause. As you learn to pause before interpreting difficulty, something subtle yet powerful begins to shift. Challenges no longer control your emotional direction. Situations no longer dictate your inner weather. But even with this new steadiness, there is one emotion that still tries to break through the calm: anger. It comes fast, it comes hot. It comes with a force that feels justified in the moment. But anger, like all powerful emotions, is rarely about what it appears to be. Beneath its intensity lies a truth most people never look for. Anger always has an expectation hiding underneath it. Most people believe anger is caused by what someone did or didn't do. But the Stoics understood something deeper. Anger comes from the gap between what you expected and what reality delivered. The wider the gap, the stronger the anger. The issue is almost never the situation itself. It's the silent rule you believed it should follow. When anger rises, the mind instinctively aims outward. It blames, accuses, defends, or explodes. But if you look inward, something more revealing appears. Anger is the emotional alarm that a personal expectation has been violated. You expected someone to treat you a certain way. You expected life to be fair. You expected a plan to unfold smoothly. You expected control where there was none. Anger forms in the collision between your inner script and the world's unscripted reality. To understand your anger, you must uncover the expectation fueling it. This doesn't excuse anyone's harmful behavior. It simply brings clarity to your emotional response. Anger becomes destructive when you focus only on the surface, but when you trace it back to its root, the emotion becomes understandable, manageable, and, most importantly, transformable. Start by noticing the moment anger appears. There's a rush in the body, a tightening in the chest, a quickness of breath. Before the mind runs into its usual story, pause, not to suppress the anger, but to study it. Ask yourself quietly, what expectation did I have here? Did you expect someone to read your mind? Did you expect a conversation to go smoothly? Did you expect reliability from someone who has never been consistent? Did you expect a situation to be predictable in a world that rarely offers predictability? Did you expect yourself to be perfect? Did you expect others to think like you, prioritize like you, communicate like you? Did you expect life to unfold without disruption? Every expectation you uncover reduces the intensity of anger because clarity dissolves confusion. When you discover the expectation beneath your anger, something shifts inside you. You move from reacting to understanding. Understanding gives you the ability to decide what to do next instead of being pulled into an emotional spiral. You can adjust the expectation, communicate the need behind it, or recognize that the expectation was unrealistic from the start. Many people carry unspoken expectations they never question. They expect others to change without expressing their needs. They expect life to flow without inconvenience. They expect growth without discomfort. They expect fairness in a world that isn't built around personal desire. These expectations don't just cause anger, they guarantee it. When you look underneath anger, you also discover the stories you've been telling yourself. Stories about how people should treat you. Stories about how life should work. Stories about how you should be performing. These shoulds act like invisible contracts the world never agreed to, and every time reality breaks one, anger rises. Examining the expectation beneath the anger doesn't weaken your strength. It strengthens your self-awareness. It gives you emotional intelligence. It lets you reclaim your power. Because anger that is understood is anger that can be directed. Anger that is not understood becomes noise, loud, painful, chaotic. The Stoics taught that anger is a teacher, not a punishment. It shows you where you're attached. It shows you where you're rigid. It shows you where you need clearer boundaries or softer edges. It shows you where your beliefs need updating. It shows you where your inner world is demanding attention. Sometimes the expectation beneath the anger reveals a deeper wound. You expected someone to treat you with respect because you've been disrespected before. You expected certainty because you've lived through instability. You expected loyalty because you know what betrayal feels like. In these moments, anger becomes a signal that old pain is still active, and that realization can be liberating. It gives you a direction for healing. Other times, the expectation shows you your values. Anger can rise when something matters deeply to you: honesty, kindness, integrity, responsibility. When these values are violated, anger appears not as cruelty, but as a compass showing what you hold sacred. Once the expectation is understood, the emotion changes shape. Anger softens into clarity. Clarity becomes communication. Communication becomes resolution or acceptance, and both outcomes reduce suffering. This doesn't mean you never feel anger again. It means anger no longer blinds you. You won't be driven by it. You won't confuse its intensity for truth. You won't let it drag you into reactions that hurt your peace. You learn to meet anger with curiosity instead of shame, with awareness instead of impulse, with honesty instead of blame. And slowly, your relationship with anger transforms completely, because once you know the expectation underneath the emotion, you stop being held hostage by it. You begin responding from the deeper part of you, steady, grounded, clear, rather than the part that just wants relief. This is how you turn anger from a force that controls you into a signal that guides you. And when you can do that, even your strongest emotions become part of your inner strength, rather than your inner struggle. As soon as you learn to look beneath anger and uncover the expectations hidden there, something deeper begins to reveal itself. You start noticing the quieter reactions, the smaller sparks that don't explode but still burn. Irritation, annoyance, that subtle tightening in the mind that whispers, "This shouldn't be happening," or "Why are they doing that?" It's softer than anger, but sometimes more revealing. Because irritation doesn't come from deep wounds or major betrayals. Irritation comes from the ego. This is the next doorway in your inner work. understanding that irritation is a flashlight pointing to the parts of you that still need to soften, grow, or let go. Most people treat irritation as harmless. A little frustration here, a little annoyance there. But irritation is never random. It always comes from somewhere. It's a signal that a part of your identity has been poked. Not your soul, not your values, your ego. Your ego reacts when the world doesn't follow its script. Your ego reacts when people don't behave the way you prefer. Your ego reacts when your comfort is disturbed. Your ego reacts when your self-image feels threatened. Your ego reacts when something small challenges something you haven't yet worked through. Irritation is the ego saying, "I wanted control here." And the world responded, "You don't get to control this." That gap, that moment of friction, is irritation. Instead of dismissing it or blaming others for it, irritation becomes a powerful tool if you study it honestly. Because irritation points directly to where your ego still holds too tightly, where it's still attached, where it's still fragile. Pay attention to what bothers you most quickly. Is it slow people? That's the ego wanting efficiency to match your standards. Is it noise or interruptions? That's the ego wanting the world to respect your space. Is it someone disagreeing with you? That's the ego wanting to be right. Is it someone else receiving attention or praise? That's the ego wanting to be validated. Is it someone being messy, late, loud, disorganized? That's the ego wanting control, order, predictability. Irritation is rarely about other people. It's about the story your ego is protecting. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that irritation was a sign not of outer disorder, but of inner attachment. They taught that if something small can disturb your peace, it means your peace depends too much on external conditions, and anything dependent on externals is fragile. Using irritation as an indicator doesn't mean blaming yourself. It means observing yourself. There is a difference. Observation brings awareness. Blame brings shame. Awareness opens the door to growth. Shame closes it. When irritation appears, the first step is noticing it without justifying it. Not, "They're so annoying," but, "Why does this bother me so much?" Not, "People need to do better," but, "What part of me feels disturbed by this?" Not, "I can't stand when this happens," but, "What expectation did I have that reality didn't match?" When you trace irritation back to its source, you find something revealing almost every time. You discover standards that are too rigid. You discover insecurities trying to protect themselves. You discover unspoken rules you've imposed on the world. You discover hidden fears of being overlooked, disrespected, or dismissed. You discover perfectionism disguised as logic. You discover the part of you that wants the world to adjust so you don't have to. Irritation exposes your attachments, and attachments are where the ego lives. The beautiful and humbling part of this practice is that it turns irritation into insight. The thing that once bothered you becomes a lesson instead of a trigger. The person who irritated you becomes a mirror instead of an enemy. The situation that annoyed you becomes a teacher instead of an obstacle. Once you see irritation clearly, it loses its grip. You stop taking the world so personally. You stop expecting perfection in places where it will never exist. You stop interpreting small things as threats. Your emotional world becomes lighter, less reactive, more grounded. Using irritation this way builds humility, not the kind that makes you small, but the kind that makes you wise. Humility keeps you in balance. It keeps you from being controlled by trivial things. It keeps your ego in check without crushing your confidence. It teaches you that peace doesn't come from controlling others, it comes from understanding yourself. As you grow through this process, irritation becomes rare, not because the world changes, but because you do. Your tolerance expands, your expectations soften, your judgment dissolves, and the ego quietly loosens its grip on your inner world. That loosening is freedom. When you reach the point where small things no longer disturb you, you have touched a level of inner strength most people never develop. Not a brittle strength that resists everything, but a flexible strength that remains steady no matter how the world moves around you. And that strength is the foundation for the next step of your inner transformation. Once you start using irritation as a guide instead of a weapon, something inside you begins to loosen. You stop getting pulled into every small disturbance. You stop handing your peace over to tiny inconveniences. The ego softens, and with that softening comes a deeper awareness of your internal landscape. And it's in that quiet awareness that you begin to notice something everyone experiences but few understand: mental setbacks. The moments when your mind feels heavy for no clear reason, when old fears resurface, when confidence dips, when clarity fades, when emotions spike without warning. Most people treat these setbacks as failure, as proof they're not growing, as evidence something is wrong with them. But here's a truth that shifts everything. Every mental setback is a rehearsal for a future victory. This isn't poetic fluff. It's the architecture of growth. The mind strengthens through repetition, not perfection. And every time you fall into an old pattern, revisit an old fear, or struggle with a familiar emotion, you're not failing, you're practicing. You're shaping the muscles you'll need later. You're being refined for moments you can't yet see. Mental setbacks are not signs of weakness. They are signs that you are in training. Consider how the body grows stronger. Muscles tear before they rebuild. Endurance breaks down before it expands. Strength forms in the moments when you want to quit, not in the moments when everything feels easy. The mind follows the same rule. You don't grow from comfort, you grow from challenge. A setback is your mind being exposed to pressure so you can learn how to navigate it better next time. It's rehearsal, not punishment. Think about the patterns that return again and again. The fear of being judged, the worry about not being enough, the urge to withdraw, the habit of assuming the worst, the tendency to catastrophize. These patterns don't come back to haunt you, they come back to train you. They appear because you're ready for a deeper level of mastery than before. If you were actually failing, you wouldn't notice them at all. Awareness itself is progress. A mental setback is your mind saying, "Let's practice this again." You're close. But most people rush to self-criticism. They collapse into shame. They assume they're back to square one. But growth isn't linear. It's layered, and each layer requires new rehearsal. Your triggers show up less often, but they show up louder at first. That's not regression, that's refinement. When you start seeing setbacks as rehearsals, your entire emotional world changes. You stop collapsing into guilt or frustration when your mind stumbles. You stop believing that a bad day means you've lost your progress. You stop treating yourself like a project that keeps breaking. Instead, you treat yourself like a student who is learning something complex and valuable. This shift also builds resilience, because once you understand that setbacks are part of the training, you no longer fear them. You meet them with readiness instead of avoidance. You say, here's the next round, time to practice the skill again. And every time you practice, even imperfectly, you grow. The Stoics believed that adversity wasn't something to endure, it was something to prepare with. They saw every challenge as training for future strength. Mental setbacks fit this perfectly. They are rehearsal rooms where you practice staying calm, staying grounded, staying honest, staying aware. You don't master these skills the first time. You master them the 100th time. And every mental stumble gives you one more repetition. There's also another layer to this. Future victory doesn't always mean a dramatic win. It often means quiet mastery in moments where your old self would have collapsed. That moment when you stay calm while others panic. That moment when you don't take something personally. That moment when you set a boundary without guilt. That moment when fear rises and you steady yourself instead of spiraling. Those victories are built through setbacks. Every time your mind dips, you're learning how to catch yourself sooner. Every time you fall into an old thought pattern, you shorten the time it keeps you. Every time you're triggered, you recognize the pattern faster. Every time you struggle, you develop awareness you didn't have before. That is rehearsal, and that rehearsal becomes instinct. The more you practice navigating a mental setback, the more automatic your skills become. The setback becomes less frightening. The reaction becomes less dramatic. The recovery becomes quicker. The emotional world becomes steadier. And one day, without even noticing it, you respond to something with patience or clarity or confidence, and you realize the old version of you couldn't have handled it that way.
That is victory.
You earned it in the quiet hours when no one was watching. You earned it in the moments when your mind felt heavy. You earned it in the days when you thought you were breaking. You earned it every time you showed up to your own mind with honesty, even when it was difficult. So the next time you feel your thoughts slipping, your emotions rising, your confidence dipping, remember this: you are not failing, you are training. And the mind that learns how to rise through setbacks becomes a mind that cannot be defeated by circumstance. Every mental setback is shaping you into someone who is stronger than the challenge ahead. And someday, when the real test comes, you'll face it with a strength that feels natural, because you've rehearsed for it 100 times. As you begin viewing every mental setback as rehearsal instead of failure, something important shifts inside you. You stop fearing your own mind. You stop assuming every dip in confidence is a sign of collapse. You start seeing patterns, cycles, and opportunities for growth. And once the fear of setbacks weakens, a quieter voice becomes easier to notice. A voice almost everyone hears, but rarely understands. Doubt. It doesn't scream. It doesn't rage. It whispers. It questions your worth, your decisions, your direction, your abilities. It speaks softly, but its influence runs deep. Doubt doesn't arrive with clarity. It arrives with accusation. It doesn't ask, "Is this the right step?" It says, "You're not capable." It doesn't ask, "Is there something to improve?" It says, "You're doing it wrong." It doesn't ask, "What does this moment need?" It says, "You aren't enough for this." And most people don't realize they can change the shape of that voice. When doubt speaks, the mind tends to freeze. It treats the doubt as a verdict instead of a signal. But doubt is not a conclusion. It's a question that hasn't learned to speak properly yet. Doubt becomes dangerous only when you mistake it for truth. So instead of accepting doubt as an accusation, you must translate it into a question. This is not about pretending doubt doesn't hurt. It's about teaching the mind to communicate with clarity instead of fear. When doubt stays vague, it becomes heavy. When you force it into a question, it becomes manageable. Questions open possibilities. Accusations shut them down. For example, the accusation, "You're not good enough," becomes the question, "What skill could I improve here?" The accusation, "You can't handle this," becomes the question, "What support or strategy would help me handle this better?" The accusation, "You're going to fail," becomes the question, "What steps will increase my chances of success?" The accusation, "You always mess things up," becomes the question, "What specific part of this feels challenging, and how can I practice it?" The moment doubt becomes a question, something loosens inside you. The emotional weight decreases. The mind stops feeling like an enemy. You move from fear into curiosity. And curiosity is a calmer place. In curiosity, there is room to breathe, room to think, room to act. This shift also forces doubt to reveal what it actually wants. Underneath most doubt is a desire for preparation, clarity, or security. Your mind isn't trying to insult you, it's trying to protect you. But it expresses that concern poorly, using the language of accusation instead of guidance. When you translate doubt into questions, you interpret the deeper need. Doubt says, "Don't do it, you'll embarrass yourself." But inside the question becomes, "What would help me feel more confident before I try?" Doubt says, "This will fall apart." But inside the question becomes, "What could I put in place to support this plan?" Doubt says, "You're not the kind of person who succeeds." But inside the question becomes, "What part of my identity needs updating to match who I'm becoming?" This transformation is powerful because it changes how you relate to yourself. You start treating your mind not as a critic, but as a collaborator. A mind that questions is a mind that's alive, aware, and paying attention. But a mind that accuses is a mind that hasn't learned how to communicate kindly. The Stoics believed that the interpretation of a thought shapes the emotional experience of it. Doubt becomes poison only when interpreted as fact. When interpreted as a question, it becomes useful. It becomes a tool for refinement, not a weapon of destruction. And here's the quiet truth most people don't notice. The moment you turn doubt into a question, the shame dissolves. Shame thrives on accusation. It cannot survive inquiry. Inquiry demands evidence. Evidence forces clarity. Clarity exposes exaggeration. And once the exaggeration is exposed, doubt loses its teeth. This skill also builds self-trust. The more often you translate doubt into questions, the more predictable your inner world becomes. You stop getting ambushed by self-criticism. You stop collapsing under uncertainty. You stop assuming the worst interpretation of your own thoughts. You begin to trust your ability to navigate mental storms. You begin to trust yourself, and as that trust grows, doubt stops being the enemy. It becomes the signal that you're entering territory that matters. It becomes a prompt to prepare, not a reason to retreat. It becomes a doorway instead of a dead end. Eventually, your entire relationship with doubt transforms. You stop asking, "Why am I doubting myself?" and start asking, "What is this doubt trying to teach me?" When you reach that point, doubt no longer weakens you. It trains you. It sharpens your awareness. It strengthens your foundation. It turns you into a thinker instead of a worrier, a responder instead of a reactor, a learner instead of a victim of your own insecurities. Doubt stops being a wall, it becomes direction. And when doubt becomes direction, nothing inside you can stop your growth. As you learn to turn doubt from accusation into inquiry, the inner landscape becomes softer, clearer. You stop attacking yourself. You stop assuming every difficult thought is an enemy. And in that calm, a realization begins to rise. Many of the thoughts you've spent years fighting weren't trying to harm you at all. They were trying to protect you, just in clumsy, misguided ways. This is the next doorway on your path. Learning to ask whether a thought you want to resist is actually trying to keep you safe. Most people respond to uncomfortable thoughts with immediate hostility. Go away. Shut up. Not this again. Why am I like this? The instinct is to suppress, fight, reject, or numb the thought before it fully forms. But resistance only intensifies what you push away, and the more you fight a thought, the more threatening it feels, even when it has no intention of hurting you. Not all thoughts are wise, not all thoughts are accurate, but many thoughts are protective. The mind often sends warnings based on past experiences, not current reality. It reacts to risk even when no danger is present. It tries to anticipate hurt before hurt arrives. It tries to shield you from being overwhelmed, embarrassed, rejected, or disappointed. The problem is that the mind doesn't always know the right way to communicate protection. Sometimes it whispers fear where only growth exists. Sometimes it predicts danger where only vulnerability exists. Sometimes it magnifies what is small because it remembers when something similar wasn't small at all. Before resisting a thought, ask it, "Are you trying to keep me safe?" This single question has the power to transform your entire relationship with your inner world. A protective thought may sound harsh, but its motive might be caution. It may sound limiting, but its motive might be safety. It may sound negative, but its motive might be care. Thoughts can be clumsy guardians. For example, a thought like, "Don't try, you'll fail," might actually mean, "I don't want you to feel that deep disappointment you once felt." A thought like, "Keep your distance," might mean, "I'm scared of you being hurt the way you were before." A thought like, "You're not ready," might mean, "Let's gather a little more clarity before we jump." A thought like, "This feels dangerous," might simply mean, "This reminds me of an old memory when you weren't safe." When you ask whether a thought is trying to protect you, you create space between emotion and interpretation. You shift from defensiveness to understanding. And understanding dissolves fear. This doesn't mean you accept the thought uncritically. It means you translate it correctly. A protective thought doesn't necessarily know what you need now. It knows what you needed back then. The mind updates slowly. It uses old data unless you give it new information. That's why self-awareness is powerful. It allows you to respond to your mind with wisdom instead of panic. If a thought is trying to protect you, acknowledge it. Your mind needs to know you're listening. When you ignore it, it becomes louder. When you attack it, it becomes fearful. When you judge it, it becomes ashamed. But when you acknowledge it, the intensity softens. You can say internally, "I understand why you're saying this. I know you're trying to keep me safe, but I'm stronger now. I'm not the same person I was when that pain happened." Speaking to your mind with compassion teaches it how to calm down. It feels seen, and a mind that feels seen no longer panics the way it used to. There's freedom in realizing you don't have to fight your own thoughts. You can collaborate with them. You can interpret them. You can guide them. When you stop battling your mind, you reduce your suffering by half. Most inner pain isn't caused by the thought itself. It's caused by your resistance to the thought. The Stoics understood this in their own way. They taught that the mind generates impressions, initial signals that are neither good nor bad until you interpret them. Many impressions are simply the mind's primitive attempt at caution. The wise response is not immediate resistance, but examination. Before resisting a thought, ask what it's trying to protect. Ask what memory it's referencing. Ask what fear it's echoing. Ask what version of you it is speaking to. Ask what it believes is at risk. This is how you uncover the deeper truth beneath the surface noise. And once you uncover that truth, you get to choose how to respond. Sometimes the mind is right. You do need caution. Sometimes it's outdated. You've outgrown that fear. Sometimes it's confused. You need to guide it. Sometimes it's overwhelmed. You need to slow down. Sometimes it just needs reassurance. You need to tell yourself, I can handle this. When you learn to ask whether a thought is trying to protect you, you begin treating yourself with a kind of inner gentleness that strengthens rather than weakens you. You stop wrestling with your mind. You stop fearing your thoughts. You stop assuming the worst about your inner world. And slowly, the mind becomes a partner instead of a threat, a source of insight instead of suffering, a place you can trust instead of a place you avoid. Because every thought has a motive, and many thoughts carry a hidden kindness. You just have to ask the right question to uncover it. As you begin asking whether a thought is trying to protect you, something subtle changes in the way you relate to your inner world. You stop treating every mental whisper as a threat. You stop assuming the worst about yourself. You start hearing the intention behind the noise. And with that shift comes a new kind of clarity, one that shows you just how quickly the mind can trap itself when left unexamined. This leads to the next essential step, turning your mind into a courtroom, not a prison. Most people don't realize this, but their inner world operates like a prison long before it becomes one. Thoughts get locked in without trial. Assumptions get treated as verdicts. Fears become sentences. Emotions become chains. The moment something painful appears, the mind declares it as truth without evidence. The moment a doubt rises, the mind assumes guilt instead of exploring possibility. The moment a fear whispers, the mind accepts it as fate. This is how inner suffering grows, not through what happens in your life, but through how your mind misjudges itself. A prison mind reacts. A courtroom mind evaluates. A prison mind decides quickly. A courtroom mind asks questions. A prison mind punishes. A courtroom mind examines. A prison mind says, "This is final." A courtroom mind says, "Let's look at the evidence." This shift is not about being emotionless. It's about being fair to yourself. Fairness inside your own mind is one of the rarest forms of strength. When a painful thought appears, the prison response is immediate self-condemnation. Why am I like this? I always mess things up. This means I'm weak. Nothing will ever change. These thoughts slam the cell door shut before you even understand what's happening. But a courtroom mind pauses and examines. It places the thought on the witness stand. It asks for clarity. It asks for evidence. It asks for context. It asks whether the thought is emotional, factual, exaggerated, or protective. Most thoughts fall apart under questioning, not because you're ignoring them, but because you're finally evaluating them with the fairness they never received. A courtroom mind says things like, "Is this thought true or just loud? Is this emotion based on now or on something old? Is there evidence or am I assuming? Is this fear realistic or is my mind trying to protect me unnecessarily? What would I conclude if I weren't tired, stressed, or overwhelmed?" This is how you dismantle the mental prisons created by speed, fear, and unexamined belief. The Stoics practiced this skill daily. They believed that impressions, the first thoughts that hit you, must be tested before accepted. They treated the mind like a courtroom, holding every thought to the standard of reason, fairness, and truth. They knew instinctual reactions are not reliable judges. Emotional surges are not evidence. Fear-based assumptions are not facts. And yet most people live as if they are. When you make your mind a courtroom, you give yourself the gift of space. Space between the thought and the conclusion. Space between the fear and the interpretation. Space between the emotion and the judgment. That space is where wisdom lives. You begin to see that many of your heaviest thoughts were never as solid as they felt. They were temporary impressions masquerading as truth. They were echoes of old wounds. They were exaggerations born from exhaustion. They were misunderstandings. They were fear trying to appear as certainty. They were imagination filling in blank spaces with worst-case scenarios. And when you evaluate them honestly, something freeing happens. They lose their authority. The thought that once terrified you becomes a clue. The thought that once shamed you becomes information. The thought that once limited you becomes a prompt for growth. You start seeing patterns. You start noticing triggers. You start separating fact from memory. You start recognizing when your mind is tired, rushed, or scared. You begin trusting your ability to interpret your thoughts instead of being overwhelmed by them. In a courtroom mind, nothing is imprisoned without reason. Nothing is sentenced without evidence. Nothing is believed simply because it appeared. And here's the deeper truth. A courtroom mind doesn't silence thoughts. It gives them all a fair chance to speak. Once heard and understood, most thoughts settle down. The mind becomes quieter, not because you suppress it, but because it no longer has to shout to get your attention. This kind of inner justice creates profound peace. It builds self-respect. It builds emotional intelligence. It builds a mind that stands on clarity, not chaos. When your mind becomes a courtroom, you no longer fear your own thoughts. You evaluate them. You question them. You release the ones that don't hold up. You learn from the ones that do. And slowly, the mental prison dissolves. You walk freely inside yourself again, a rare and quiet freedom that changes everything. This is how you build inner fortitude, through fairness, not force, through examination, not accusation, through clarity, not confinement. The kind of strength that grows here is unshakable because it's built on truth, not fear. By the time you turn your mind into a courtroom instead of a prison, something remarkable begins to happen. You stop panicking at the first sign of difficulty. You stop running from your thoughts. You stop assuming the worst interpretation is the true one. And once that psychological space opens, you're ready for one of the most powerful Stoic practices of all, meeting adversity in the mind before it meets you in the world. This is where inner fortitude deepens in a way most people never experience. Hold adversity in your imagination until it becomes familiar, not frightening. This is not about pessimism or expecting disaster. It's about stripping fear of its mystery. Fear thrives on the unknown. The unknown gives it shape, size, and shadow it doesn't deserve. When adversity feels unfamiliar, it feels infinite. But when you practice holding it in your imagination with calm awareness, something changes. The edges soften, the panic dissolves, and what once felt terrifying becomes something you can face. The human mind fears what it doesn't understand and what it has never rehearsed. Adversity feels overwhelming because the mind hasn't walked through it yet. But once you walk through it mentally, slowly, gently, without judgment, you begin to build familiarity. And familiarity reduces fear every time. The Stoics used this technique constantly. They called it premeditation of adversity. But this wasn't morbid thinking or anxious spiraling. It was deliberate, grounded mental preparation. They would picture challenges the same way a firefighter trains for a blaze or a pilot trains for turbulence. Not because they expect disaster, but because they want to be steady if it comes. Most people do the opposite. They avoid imagining adversity because they fear the discomfort. But avoiding the thought of something only makes it more frightening when it actually happens. When the mind has never rehearsed difficulty, the body panics automatically. Your imagination can be your shield or your enemy. It depends on how you use it. If you let it run wild with fear, it will overwhelm you. If you guide it with intention, it will strengthen you. Holding adversity in your imagination is not about suffering ahead of time. It's about practicing strength ahead of time. For example, you can walk through the thought of losing a job, not to scare yourself, but to discover, what would I actually do? Who could I lean on? What skills do I have? What plan would I create? How would I rebuild? You begin noticing that the catastrophe your mind paints isn't a dead end. It's a challenge with pathways hidden inside it. Or take relational issues. Instead of spiraling, you can calmly imagine, what if someone misunderstands me? What if a friend disappoints me? What if a relationship shifts or ends? Not to invite the loss, but to practice meeting it with maturity instead of panic. You discover that you are more resilient than your emotions would have you believe.
Or personal fears. What if I disappoint someone? What if something changes unexpectedly? What if I have to start over?
The mind begins to realize none of these possibilities would destroy you. They would challenge you, teach you, reshape you, but they would not end you.
The more familiar adversity becomes in your imagination, the less power it has in reality. You are not practicing suffering. You are practicing strength. You are not hoping for hardship. You are preparing for life as it truly is. You are not dwelling on disaster. You are shrinking the fear that disaster holds over you. Familiarity also reveals capability. When you calmly rehearse adversity in your imagination, you begin noticing the resources, resilience, and wisdom you already have. Fear blinds you to your strengths. Imagination restores that sight. This practice also builds emotional endurance. You learn that you can feel discomfort without panicking. You can think about difficulty without collapsing. You can walk into uncertainty without losing yourself. Each mental rehearsal teaches your nervous system that challenge isn't the end. It's simply a passage. It also protects you from being blindsided. When you've mentally rehearsed something, you don't crumble when life brings a similar challenge. You respond instead of react. You breathe instead of break. You move through the moment with a steadiness that surprises even you. The world becomes less intimidating when you've already met its shadows in your mind. Not because you love the shadows, but because you're no longer afraid of them. A person who is familiar with adversity stops being controlled by the fear of what if. They carry a calmness that cannot be faked, a confidence that doesn't come from perfection, but from readiness, a strength that grows not from avoidance, but from understanding. Hold adversity in your imagination just long enough for it to lose its power. Not long enough to scare you, long enough to shape you. When adversity becomes familiar, it no longer terrifies you. It becomes something you can face with grounded feet, steady breath, and a mind that refuses to be shaken.
That is inner fortitude, quiet, practiced, unbreakable.
Once adversity becomes familiar in your imagination, something subtle and powerful unfolds. You stop treating difficulty as an intruder. You start seeing it as part of the rhythm of being alive. But even with that growing resilience, there's a simple truth most people overlook. Life rarely gives you big challenges without first handing you countless small ones. The tiny irritations, the minor inconveniences, the moments where nothing dramatic is happening, yet something inside you tightens anyway. These small moments are not meaningless, they are training. This brings you to the next evolution of inner strength. Use the smallest daily annoyance as a micro-training for greater obstacles. Most people dismiss the little irritations of life without realizing their enormous value. They rush past them, complain about them, or let them sour their mood, not knowing that each one is an opportunity disguised as inconvenience. A chance to train the mind the same way small weights train the body. A chance to build emotional muscle in moments that seem insignificant. A driver cuts you off. Someone answers you with a tone you didn't like. You spill your drink. Plans shift unexpectedly. Your phone glitches. A line moves slowly. A thought loops in your head. A task takes longer than expected. These moments feel trivial, but inside them is the entire blueprint of your inner patterns, your impatience, your ego, your expectations, your attachments, your emotional reflexes. Small annoyances reveal how you respond to pressure in its gentlest form. And if pressure in its gentlest form throws you off, what happens when something truly challenging arises? The Stoics understood this well. They trained themselves through small moments, so they would not collapse in large ones. They used daily life as their practice field, not waiting for crisis to test their strength. The smallest annoyance is a free lesson in patience, flexibility, self-control, perspective, humility, acceptance, emotional regulation, and inner discipline. Every time something tiny bothers you, you're being handed the chance to rehearse a better version of yourself. Think of it this way. If you can maintain your calm when something small bumps your comfort, you're wiring your nervous system to stay steady when something big challenges your peace. The mind learns through repetition, not intention. And small annoyances come with built-in repetition. They show up constantly. Instead of resenting them, use them. When someone speaks to you abruptly, practice not taking it personally. When you're delayed, practice letting go of urgency. When something breaks, practice adaptability. When plans shift, practice acceptance. When you feel impatient, practice slowing the mind instead of rushing the moment. When you feel irritation rise, practice breathing instead of reacting. Each time you do this, you alter the pathways in your brain. You strengthen the part of you that chooses how to respond instead of being dragged by emotion. You transform automatic reactions into conscious choices. You develop emotional endurance without waiting for crisis to force it upon you. This micro-training also removes the illusion that inner growth requires dramatic circumstances. It doesn't. Most of your strength will be built in the quiet moments, the moments no one sees, the moments where everything is small and forgettable, the moments where you could react negatively and no one would blame you. But you choose differently, not because you have to, but because you're building something inside. The tiny training creates the internal habits that protect you in storms. When you practice patience with a long line, you prepare patience for difficult conversations. When you practice calm with small delays, you prepare calm for unexpected life events. When you practice humility in small inconveniences, you prepare humility for moments when pride wants to take over. When you practice clarity with small frustrations, you prepare clarity for larger emotional events. This is how inner mastery forms, through consistency, not intensity. There is also something humbling and beautiful about using small annoyances as training. It teaches you to work with reality instead of fighting it, to flow with the world instead of resisting it, to understand that peace isn't found by changing your environment, but by changing your internal response to it. And here's the hidden gift. When you treat small annoyances as training, they stop feeling like attacks. They stop feeling like disruptions. They stop feeling personal. They become opportunities. You begin meeting them with curiosity instead of frustration. You begin noticing the growth happening in real time. You begin celebrating small victories you never knew existed. You see yourself catching irritation faster, calming quicker, responding more wisely, recovering sooner, letting go more easily, smiling at what used to overwhelm you. The world doesn't change, but your relationship to it does. And this new relationship becomes the foundation of your strength. Not loud strength, not dramatic strength. A steady strength built through micro moments most people ignore. Every inconvenience becomes practice. Every annoyance becomes training. Every tiny challenge becomes preparation for something greater. When the bigger obstacles eventually come, as they always do, you meet them with a nervous system that has been rehearsing calm for months, a mind that knows how to stay steady, and a spirit that has practiced resilience in the smallest of moments. This is how you become unshakable, not by facing only the big storms, but by mastering the little winds that blow through your everyday life. Strength is built one annoyance at a time. Once you start using small daily annoyances as micro-training, a quiet shift takes place inside you. You stop reacting to every inconvenience as if it's an attack. You start choosing your responses instead of being controlled by them. And as this stability grows, you begin noticing something deeper. Two internal voices that sound almost identical, yet lead you in completely opposite directions. Fear and caution. Most people never learn to tell them apart, and because of that, they treat both as the same thing. They freeze when they should move. They rush when they should wait. They panic when they should prepare. They ignore what they should listen to and listen to what they should question. And all of this happens because fear often disguises itself as caution, and caution often gets drowned out by fear. Your next step toward inner fortitude is developing the clarity to separate these two voices. The voice of fear is loud, emotional, and dramatic. The voice of caution is steady, grounded, and quiet. Fear speaks in absolutes. You can't. This will go wrong. You're not ready. Don't even try. Caution speaks in specifics. Prepare more here. Consider the risk. Move slower. Check this detail. Fear paralyzes. Caution protects. Fear limits. Caution guides. Fear exaggerates. Caution clarifies. Learning the difference changes everything. Fear wants to keep you small because small feels safe. Caution wants to keep you wise because wisdom keeps you alive. When you react to fear as if it were caution, you avoid things you're meant to grow through. When you confuse caution for fear, you take risks you weren't ready for. Both mistakes cost you peace, strength, and opportunities. To separate these voices, you need to look at how the message feels, not just what it says. Fear feels urgent. Caution feels patient. Fear feels overwhelming. Caution feels reasonable. Fear attacks your identity. Caution concerns itself only with the situation. Fear says, you are the problem. Caution says, here's the part that needs attention. Fear predicts catastrophe. Caution prepares for challenges. Fear makes you want to run or hide. Caution helps you stand stronger and more informed. If a thought makes your chest tighten, your breath shorten, or your imagination rush to the worst-case scenario, that's fear talking. If a thought brings clarity, slows you down gently, or makes you want to double-check something, that's caution. Fear lives in emotion. Caution lives in wisdom. Here's the key. Fear is ancient. It remembers past hurts, past failures, past disappointments. It speaks from the oldest parts of your mind, the parts wired for survival at any cost. Fear is not logical. It's reflexive. It is trying to protect you, but it often does so by keeping you trapped. Caution, on the other hand, is based in the present. It evaluates the reality of the situation. It looks at the evidence. It considers the risks. It respects both your safety and your potential. Caution does not insult you. It does not belittle you. It does not diminish you. It simply informs you.
One way to separate these voices is to ask, is this voice trying to keep me small or keep me safe?
Fear keeps you small. Caution keeps you safe. Another powerful question is, does this voice offer guidance or just warnings?
Fear only warns. Caution guides.
Fear creates helplessness. Caution creates options. When you ask these questions, the voice becomes clearer. Fear cannot maintain the illusion once examined. It collapses under reasoning. Caution becomes stronger once understood. It becomes easier to trust.
The Stoics understood this distinction long before psychology had words for it. They taught that what harms you is not the presence of a fearful thought, but the assumption that the thought is wisdom. Fear is a feeling, not a compass. Caution is a compass, not a cage. As you strengthen your awareness, you'll start noticing how often fear tries to disguise itself as caution. It will say things like, "Be realistic. Be careful. This is dangerous." But when you look closer, you'll realize there's no actual threat, just discomfort, vulnerability, uncertainty, or newness. Fear speaks loudly when you're expanding. Caution speaks quietly when you're unprepared. Both voices have roles. Fear alerts you, but you must translate the alert. Caution guides you, but you must listen without shrinking. Once you master separating these two voices, you become incredibly powerful. You stop abandoning opportunities because fear shouted louder than truth. You stop taking reckless steps because you misread caution as weakness. You begin making decisions from a place of clarity, not panic. You walk through uncertainty without losing your center. Something else happens too. As fear is identified and questioned, it weakens. As caution is identified and respected, it strengthens. Your inner world begins to reorganize itself around truth instead of noise. You become someone who can face new situations with calm, someone who can take risks with wisdom, someone who can trust themselves deeply, someone who can grow without collapsing, someone whose fear no longer makes the decisions. This is one of the most important forms of inner fortitude, the ability to hear your thoughts clearly enough to know which voice deserves your attention. And once you learn that, fear never holds the same power over you again. As you learn to separate the voice of fear from the voice of caution, something inside you becomes clearer. Decisions stop feeling like emotional storms. Choices stop feeling like battles. Your mind becomes a quieter place until life hits you with something bigger than a thought, bigger than an irritation, bigger than a moment of doubt. Overwhelm. Overwhelm is different from fear. Fear has a direction. Overwhelm is directionless. Fear says, "Look out." Overwhelm says, "Everything is too much."
It's the moment your mind feels flooded. Too many tasks, too many emotions, too much noise, too many unknowns. Everything happening at once, everything demanding something from you. And in that rush, your mind tries to process all of it simultaneously, which is impossible. Not because you lack strength, but because the human nervous system can only handle so much input at once. This is where the next step of inner fortitude becomes essential. When overwhelmed, shrink your world to what you can control in the next 10 breaths. Not the next 10 hours, not the next 10 steps, not the next 10 decisions, just the next 10 breaths. Overwhelm happens when your attention stretches too far, into the future, into possibilities, into fears, into outcomes you can't yet influence. Your mind tries to solve everything at once, and it collapses under the weight. But when you shrink your focus to a tiny, manageable space, the intensity melts. Reality shrinks into something you can hold. 10 breaths create a boundary around your attention. A moment where nothing else is required except presence. Breathing is not a cliché, it's biology. When your breath slows, your nervous system begins to settle. Your heart rate lowers. Your thoughts slow down. Your mind stops flooding itself with emergency signals. 10 breaths can interrupt a spiral better than an hour of logic. After those breaths, the world may still be messy, but you are steadier. The Stoics understood this in their own way. They believed the wise response to overwhelm was to narrow one's focus to what is immediately within reach. Not tomorrow, not next week, not the entire problem, just the slice of reality you can influence right now. 10 breaths give you 2 gifts, clarity and containment. Clarity comes from stepping out of the mental fog. Containment comes from limiting the problem to a manageable frame. Once your breath steadies, the next step is simple. Ask yourself what is actually within your control in this exact moment. Not the whole situation, just one piece. Maybe the only thing you can control is your posture, your tone, your next sentence, your next tiny action, your willingness to pause, your choice to respond instead of react, your decision to wait before making a decision, your ability to drink water, your ability to sit down, your ability to slow your breathing again. Shrinking your world is not escapism. It's strategy. A strategy that says, I cannot lift the entire weight of this moment, but I can lift a piece, and lifting one piece helps me lift the next. Overwhelm loses power when broken into small pieces. Life becomes manageable again when the problem becomes smaller than your capacity. When you shrink your world to 10 breaths, you're teaching your mind a truth. It forgets easily. You don't have to solve everything instantly. You don't have to carry the whole moment alone. You don't have to outrun your fear. You don't have to know the final outcome. You just have to steady yourself long enough to take the next small step. That step might be sending one message, or acknowledging one emotion, or completing one simple task, or choosing to rest for a moment, or reminding yourself that clarity returns when panic fades. This practice rewires the way your mind handles stress. Every time you shrink your world effectively, you teach your brain, I can handle this, one breath, one thought, one action at a time. Soon, overwhelm stops feeling like drowning. It starts feeling like a wave, big, yes, but temporary, rhythmic, and navigable. You build trust in yourself, trust in your breath, trust in your ability to stay present, trust in your ability to break big problems into small movements. Inner fortitude is not about never being overwhelmed. It's about knowing how to return to yourself when you are. And that return always begins the same way, with the next breath, then the next, then the next.
until your world shrinks just enough for you to stand in it again. As you learn to shrink your world to what you can control in the next 10 breaths, something powerful starts to happen. Overwhelm stops dragging you into chaos. Your breath becomes your anchor. Your presence becomes your shield. And when the noise settles, when the mental storm slows down, something else rises to the surface. A thought, a memory, an emotion you've been avoiding. And here, at this quiet crossroads, you face the next challenge in your inner journey. Most people run the moment a difficult thought appears. They distract themselves, they numb, they scroll, they bury it, they turn away before the thought can speak. But here is a deeper truth few ever learn. Never flee a thought without first extracting its wisdom. A thought that rises during difficulty is not random. It is not meaningless. It is not an intruder arriving without purpose. It comes from a deeper layer of your mind, one that knows you better than you consciously know yourself. And every thought you try to outrun follows you silently until you turn around and face it. Avoidance does not protect you. Avoidance prolongs the discomfort. Avoidance keeps the lesson buried, and buried lessons eventually return with more force. A thought, even an uncomfortable one, is a messenger. And every messenger deserves a moment of your attention. But attention does not mean surrender. It means listening, understanding, extracting the insight hidden within the discomfort. When a painful thought rises, what if I fail? I'm not enough. I can't handle this. They might leave. I messed up. Your first instinct may be to push it away, but that thought carries something important, a piece of self-knowledge, an unmet need, a hidden fear, an unprocessed memory, an invitation to grow. Turn toward the thought calmly and ask, what are you trying to show me? This simple question shifts the dynamic instantly. The thought no longer feels like a threat, it becomes information. Maybe the thought reveals insecurity that needs strengthening. Maybe it reveals a boundary that needs setting. Maybe it reveals grief you didn't let yourself feel. Maybe it reveals pressure you're placing on yourself. Maybe it reveals a wound that never received closure. Maybe it reveals something you deeply desire but were afraid to admit. Even the darkest thoughts carry light when you approach them with curiosity instead of fear. And once the wisdom is extracted, the thought loosens its grip. The emotional weight lifts, the spiral ends, because the mind only repeats what has not yet been understood. Once you understand the lesson, your mind doesn't need to send the thought with the same intensity again. Many people fear their thoughts because they believe thoughts have the power to harm them. But the harm comes from avoidance, not awareness. A thought is just a thought. It becomes heavy only when misunderstood and ignored. When you take the time to explore a thought, gently, patiently, you discover that it was never a monster. It was a messenger wearing frightening clothes. And the moment you listen, its appearance softens. The Stoics practiced this constantly. They examined every troubling thought with calm curiosity, not panic. They believed that understanding a thought reduces its power, while fleeing from it magnifies its shadow. A thought you're scared to look at becomes a prison. A thought you examine becomes a teacher. There is wisdom in thoughts you've avoided for years, wisdom in the emotions you mute, wisdom in the memories you push away, wisdom in the beliefs you inherited without choosing, wisdom in the patterns that keep repeating. Transformation comes when you stop escaping your inner world and start listening to it. This doesn't mean indulging every thought.
It means learning from it and letting it move on. Sometimes the wisdom is small, like recognizing that you're tired or stressed. Sometimes it's life-changing, like realizing you've been carrying someone else's expectations. Sometimes it's healing, like connecting today's fear to yesterday's pain. Sometimes it's empowering, like discovering that your thought doesn't speak truth, only fear. No matter how uncomfortable the thought feels, there is always something to extract. A truth, a reminder, a clarity, a need. And once extracted, the thought serves its purpose and dissolves. You grow lighter each time you do this. Your mind becomes less frightening. Your emotions become less overwhelming. Your inner world becomes less chaotic. Your relationship with yourself becomes more honest. You begin trusting your ability to face what rises within you. You begin realizing nothing inside your mind is stronger than your awareness. You begin understanding that fleeing thoughts only delays growth, while extracting wisdom accelerates it. So the next time a difficult thought surfaces, don't run. Pause, breathe, turn toward it gently. Let it speak. Take the insight it offers. Release the rest. A thought faced becomes wisdom. A thought avoided becomes suffering. And you are now strong enough to choose wisdom every time. As you learn to meet every difficult thought with curiosity instead of fear, a profound shift begins to take place. You stop seeing your inner world as something hostile. You start realizing that every discomfort carries meaning, every fear carries memory, every intrusive thought carries information. And once this relationship changes, so does the way you see your outer world. Because now, instead of collapsing under life's challenges, you begin to question them. Not with panic, but with intention. This brings you to one of the most powerful transformations in Stoic practice. Replace, "Why is this happening to me?" with, "What is this shaping in me?" The first question, "Why is this happening to me?" is rooted in helplessness. It assumes life is punishing you. It places you in the position of a victim. It frames the world as something acting against you. It leads to spirals, resentment, blame, self-pity, and emotional paralysis. This question keeps you stuck because it has no real answer. Life is not targeting you. Life is not calculating ways to break you. Life is not singling you out for suffering. Difficulties arise because they are part of existence, not part of a personal attack. When life hurts, the question, "Why me?" feels natural. But it is also dangerous. It closes the mind. It tightens the heart. It activates the part of you that wants escape instead of understanding. But when you replace it with the second question, "What is this shaping in me?" everything changes. This second question is rooted in growth. It assumes life is forming you, not breaking you. It places you in a position of agency. It frames challenges as tools rather than punishments. It turns pain into information. It turns chaos into a curriculum. It turns obstacles into teachers. It opens the mind. What is this shaping in me? This question quiets the emotional spiral and draws your attention toward transformation. Maybe the difficulty is shaping resilience. Maybe it is shaping patience. Maybe it is shaping strength you didn't know you needed. Maybe it is shaping clarity about what truly matters. Maybe it is shaping boundaries you never set before. Maybe it is shaping your ability to stay calm under pressure. Maybe it is shaping your courage to speak up. Maybe it is shaping your capacity to let go. Maybe it is shaping your independence. Maybe it is shaping your ability to trust yourself. The shaping is always happening, even when you don't see it yet. The Stoics believed that adversity is not an interruption of life, it is life, and that the question is never, why is this difficulty here, but rather, who will I become because of this? When you ask, what is this shaping in me? The pain does not disappear, but its meaning becomes visible. You start noticing that every challenge pushes you towards something you needed, something you avoided, something you didn't know was sleeping inside you. This shift also protects you from hopelessness. When things go wrong, the temptation is to collapse inward. This always happens to me. I can't take any more. Nothing ever works out. I must be cursed. But the moment you switch the question, the tone of your mind changes entirely. This is hard. But what is it building? What future moment am I being prepared for? What part of me is evolving through this? How is this discomfort shaping someone stronger?
Growth is not comfortable.
Growth is not painless. Growth is not linear. But growth is happening through every experience you survive. What is this shaping in me is also a grounding question. It pulls your attention out of victimhood and into reality. It reminds you that you have influence, choice, awareness, and strength, even in difficulty.
It also opens doors to deeper understanding.
A heartbreak might be shaping your ability to love yourself. A setback might be shaping your adaptability. A loss might be shaping gratitude. A failure might be shaping humility. A conflict might be shaping communication. A disappointment might be shaping emotional maturity. A hard season might be shaping inner endurance. A sudden change might be shaping flexibility. Life shapes you through friction, not comfort. Comfort keeps you the same. Discomfort carves you into someone wiser. When you shift the question, you stop asking life for explanations and start asking yourself for evolution. You begin to see challenges as opportunities for refinement. You begin to see pain as the tool that sharpens you. You begin to see difficulty as a forge. Not everything that happens is good, but everything that happens can grow something good inside you, if you let it. This question doesn't romanticize pain. It gives pain a purpose. It gives you power. It turns you from a passive sufferer into an active participant in your own transformation. And once you adopt this question, life cannot defeat you in the same way again. Because no matter what happens, you will always look for the shaping. You will always ask the deeper question. You will always find the meaning that pulls you forward. This is how adversity becomes fuel. This is how obstacles become direction. This is how pain becomes wisdom. This is how you become unbreakable from the inside out. As soon as you begin replacing, "Why is this happening to me?" with, "What is this shaping in me?" the very structure of your inner world starts to shift. Difficulty no longer feels like an attack. It feels like a forging. Pain no longer feels meaningless. It feels directional. You begin to sense that something in you is being carved, refined, strengthened. And right in the middle of that carving, another truth becomes visible. Most of your inner struggles aren't happening because you're confused. They're happening because two parts of you are pulling in different directions. This brings you to one of the most revealing lessons of all. Treat every internal conflict as a debate between your past self and your future self. Internal conflict doesn't mean you're broken. It means you're evolving. When you feel torn, uncertain, stuck, overwhelmed, or pulled in two directions, what you're experiencing is not failure. It's the friction between who you've been and who you're becoming. Your past self clings to what's familiar. Your future self reaches for what's possible.
and your present self stands between them, listening to both voices. Most people mistake this debate for confusion, but it's not confusion. It's negotiation. Your past self speaks the language of comfort, survival, caution, and identity. It says things like, "We've always done it this way. This is who we are. Don't change. You might get hurt. Stay small. It's safer. Avoid the risk. You don't know what will happen." Your past self isn't bad. It's protective. It carries your history, your wounds, your conditioning, your fears, your patterns. It wants stability. It wants safety above all else. Your future self speaks the language of growth, possibility, expansion, and courage. It says things like, "You're capable of more now. This matters to who you want to become. It's time to evolve. There's something better ahead. You've outgrown this version of yourself."
Your future self isn't reckless, it's visionary. It carries your potential, your values, your dreams, your maturity, your strength. It wants evolution.
When you feel an internal conflict, it's because these two parts of you are in conversation, each presenting their argument. Most people choose one voice blindly, usually the voice of the past, because it's louder and more familiar. But the wiser path is this.
Don't silence either voice. Listen to both. Let them debate. Let them reveal their motivations. Let them show you who you've been and who you're becoming.
And then you, the present self, get to choose which argument aligns with the life you are building. This approach changes everything. You no longer shame yourself for hesitating. You no longer panic when you feel torn. You no longer assume your conflict is immaturity. You see it as part of the process. Internal conflict becomes informative rather than overwhelming. Ask your past self, what are you afraid of here? Often it's afraid of repeating old pain, losing stability, or stepping into uncertainty. Ask your future self, what are you trying to help me become? Often it's trying to lead you toward more freedom, integrity, courage, or alignment. The moment you treat your internal conflict as a debate rather than a crisis, the emotional fog lifts. You see the psychology behind your hesitation. You see the old patterns that cling. You see the growth that beckons. You see that your mind isn't attacking you. It's negotiating your next evolution.
This perspective also reveals something profound.
If there were no future self calling you forward, the conflict wouldn't exist. Stagnation brings silence. Growth brings conflict. Every inner conflict is proof that you're expanding. The Stoics understood this. They believed that inner tension was a sign of moral development, not weakness. That conflict meant you were choosing between the comfortable and the meaningful. That growth creates friction by nature. That wisdom emerges when you observe the conflict rather than collapse into it. Here's the beauty of this practice. Once you begin seeing your internal conflicts as debates, you learn to respond with patience, not panic. Your past self may argue loudly, but it's driven by old fears, not truth. Your future self may whisper quietly, but it speaks with clarity, not distortion. And with time, you begin noticing which voice deserves more weight in which moment. Sometimes your past self is right. You do need caution. Sometimes your future self is right. You're ready for the leap. You develop discernment. You develop balance. You develop self-trust. And gradually the debates become more productive, less chaotic, less draining, more clarifying. Your present self becomes a wise mediator. You stop being dragged by emotional reactions and start directing your inner world with intention. When the future self wins a debate, you evolve.
When the past self wins a debate, you stay safe. When both are heard, you stay whole. That is inner fortitude, the ability to stand in the center of your own evolution and choose your next step with awareness rather than fear. Every conflict is shaping you. Every tension is teaching you. Every debate is preparing you for the person you are becoming. And once you understand this, internal conflict no longer feels like a burden. It feels like a doorway, a sign that you are on the verge of transformation, a quiet proof that your future self is waiting for you, patiently, steadily, with open hands. As soon as you begin treating every inner conflict as a conversation between who you've been and who you're becoming, the emotional landscape inside you starts to feel less threatening. You no longer panic when your mind pulls in two directions. You understand why. You see the logic behind the tension. But even with this new clarity, there's a pattern that sneaks in quietly. A pattern that drains energy, steals focus, and traps you in loops that go nowhere. Rumination, not thinking, not reflecting, not introspection. Rumination, when the mind circles the same thought again and again, not gaining insight, not finding solutions, just looping, tightening, sinking deeper into itself. Most people try to stop rumination by force. They push it away. They fight it. They demand silence. They yell inwardly, "Stop thinking about this." But the mind doesn't respond well to force. You cannot interrupt rumination by pushing. It only digs in harder. You interrupt it by offering it something better to follow. This is the next step in your inner training. Interrupt rumination by choosing a constructive alternative thought. Not by force, but by invitation. Rumination is like a child lost in a maze. It walks in circles because it doesn't know where else to go. The mind is the same. When it loops, it isn't trying to hurt you. It's trying to resolve something it doesn't have enough clarity or information to resolve. And when the mind cannot solve the problem, it repeats the problem. You don't stop rumination by slamming a door. You stop it by opening a different door. A constructive alternative thought acts like a hand reaching into the maze, gently guiding the mind toward another path. Not a positive thought. That often feels fake. Not a thought of denial that creates more tension, but a thought that is grounded, doable, and orienting. For example, instead of looping on, "What if it goes wrong?" offer the mind, "What is one small step I can take right now?" Instead of looping on, "I can't believe this happened," offer the mind, "What can I learn that will help me next time?" Instead of looping on, "Why did they say that?" offer the mind, "What version of the story aligns with my peace?" Instead of looping on, "I feel terrible," offer the mind, "What can I do in the next 5 minutes to soothe my body?" The key is invitation. You don't force the mind to stop looping. You invite it towards something more useful. Rumination survives through emotional momentum. It needs fuel, fear, guilt, confusion, regret. When you gently redirect, the fuel supply weakens. And something else happens. You regain control without triggering inner resistance. Force triggers resistance. Invitation triggers cooperation. Think of the mind like a river. Rumination is when the river gets stuck swirling in an eddy. You don't drain the river to fix the swirl. You give the river another direction to flow. A constructive thought becomes that new direction. This practice also teaches the mind something important. It is capable of movement. It is capable of shifting. It is not imprisoned by the thought it began with. And when the mind learns this, rumination loses its power. The Stoics used a similar technique. When they noticed their thoughts spiraling, they didn't fight them. They replaced them with alternative angles.
balanced interpretations, or grounded statements of truth. They redirected instead of resisted.
You can do the same.
One of the most effective invitations is a question that shifts the mind out of the emotional loop and into clarity.
What is the smallest useful thought I can choose right now?
Small, useful, not perfect, not profound, not transformative. Just helpful enough to change your direction.
Because once your direction changes, the emotional loop breaks. A constructive alternative thought doesn't solve everything. It simply pulls you out of the loop long enough to breathe again. And breathing is all you need to regain clarity.
Another invitation technique is grounding. What's real in this exact moment? Rumination lives in imagination. Grounding returns you to reality. Another is compassion. What would I say to someone I love if they were having this thought? Rumination comes from harshness. Compassion melts harshness.
Another is reframing. Is there another interpretation here that doesn't harm my peace? Rumination is fueled by narrowness. Reframing widens your perspective. And another invitation is simply presence. Let me return to my breath for 10 seconds. Rumination rushes, breath slows. Why does invitation work so well? Because the mind is not your enemy. It doesn't need to be controlled. It needs to be guided. It doesn't need force. It needs direction. It doesn't need punishment. It needs clarity. Rumination only feels powerful when you forget you have the ability to redirect.
You're not trying to stop the mind from thinking. You're trying to teach it to think in a way that doesn't hurt you.
And when you learn to interrupt rumination with invitation rather than force, the entire dynamic of your inner world shifts. Thoughts stop feeling like storms. Emotions stop feeling like prisons. Loops stop feeling like doom. You gain the gentle strength of someone who knows, my mind may wander, but I can guide it back. My thoughts may spiral, but I don't have to follow. My inner world may get loud, but I can choose a different direction. This is one of the quietest, most liberating skills you will ever learn. And it becomes a cornerstone of inner fortitude that nothing external can shake. As soon as you learn to interrupt rumination with gentle redirection instead of force, a new level of clarity opens inside you. You realize your mind isn't something to overpower, it's something to guide. And with that guidance comes another discovery, one that sits at the heart of emotional suffering. The weight you feel inside doesn't usually come from the emotion itself. It comes from the story wrapped around the emotion. This brings you to the next deep shift in inner fortitude. When your thoughts feel heavy, question the story, not the emotion. Most people do the opposite. They doubt the emotion. They wrestle with it. They judge themselves for feeling it. They try to suppress it, fix it, or push it away. But emotion is not the enemy. Emotion is sensation. Emotion is movement. Emotion is information. Emotion is your nervous system communicating honestly with you.
Emotions are not dangerous. Stories are.
The story is what makes sadness feel like, I'll never get better. The story is what makes fear feel like, everything will go wrong. The story is what makes insecurity feel like, I'm not enough. The story is what makes regret feel like, I've ruined everything. The story is what makes anxiety feel like, I can't handle life. Your emotional pain becomes heavy, not because the emotion itself is heavy, but because the narrative tied to it has become distorted, exaggerated, or rooted in old wounds rather than present truth. The emotion says, I'm hurting. The story says, This hurt defines me. Emotion passes. Stories linger. Emotion is a wave. Stories are walls. Emotion wants to be felt. Stories want to take over. So the moment your thoughts feel heavy, don't attack the emotion. Don't punish yourself for feeling it. Don't try to argue with your body. Instead, pause and question the story your mind has built around that emotion. The emotion is valid. The story is optional. Ask yourself gently, what am I telling myself right now that is making this heavier? Is this story based on facts or fear? Is this story from the present or from my past? Is this story coming from exhaustion, insecurity, or truth? If my best friend had this emotion, would I give them this same story? What is the simple emotion underneath all these words? The moment you ask these questions, the spell breaks. The mind loosens its grip. The emotion stops being suffocated by interpretation. You begin to see the difference between what you're feeling and what you're telling yourself about the feeling. Most heavy stories fall apart under honest examination. For example, emotion, sadness, story, I'll always feel this way. Reality, no emotion is permanent. Emotion, fear. Story, something terrible will happen. Reality, the mind is predicting, not observing. Emotion, shame. Story, this mistake defines me. Reality, everyone makes mistakes. Growth comes from reflection. Emotion, disappointment. Story, I can't trust anyone. Reality, one experience does not represent all relationships. Emotion, overwhelm. Story, I can't handle life. Reality, you can handle one step at a time. Emotion is a moment. Story is a worldview. When you question the story, you create space. Space for truth, space for compassion, space for clarity. The emotion softens because it finally gets to exist without being twisted into something catastrophic. The Stoics taught this exquisitely. They believed emotions themselves were never the problem. It was the conclusions we jumped to because of them. Their practice was not emotional suppression, but narrative examination. They taught people to separate the raw experience from the interpretation, because interpretation is where suffering lives. This practice does not invalidate your feelings. It dignifies them. It respects them. It frees them from exaggeration. When you drop the story, the emotion often becomes something you can hold, something human, something real, something temporary. And once you can hold it, you can move through it. You can soothe it. You can understand it. You can respond wisely instead of reacting blindly. Here is the powerful truth most people overlook. Your emotions do not break you. Your stories do. Your emotions do not trap you. Your stories do. Your emotions do not define you. Your stories do, until you rewrite them. So the next time your mind feels heavy, stop asking, why do I feel this? And start asking, what story am I adding to this feeling that doesn't belong here? The emotion is the signal. The story is the distortion. And clarity comes when you separate the two. Once you master this, heaviness no longer drowns you. You stop getting lost in your own mind. You stop spiraling into narratives that aren't true. You begin meeting your emotions with kindness instead of fear. And your inner world becomes a place where you can finally breathe again. As soon as you begin questioning the story rather than the emotion, something opens inside you. The heaviness starts to lift. The narrative quiets. You begin to see your inner world with clearer eyes. And in that clarity, you start noticing certain thoughts, rare ones, that land with a different kind of force. not the force of fear, not the force of shame, not the force of confusion.
A different force, a soft blow, a quiet sting, a truth you didn't want to admit, a humbling thought.
These thoughts don't come often, and when they do, they tend to slip past your defenses before you can pretend you didn't hear them. They show you something about yourself that you overlooked, ignored, or denied. Something that doesn't attack you, but reveals you.
This brings you into the next stage of inner fortitude.
Honor the thought that humbles you. It's teaching you where arrogance hid itself. Arrogance doesn't always look like superiority. Sometimes it hides in assumptions, sometimes in entitlement, sometimes in blind spots, sometimes in refusal to self-reflect, sometimes in the belief that you're always right, sometimes in expecting life to bend to your preferences, sometimes in thinking you've outgrown certain lessons.
Arrogance is subtle, but humbling thoughts expose it. A humbling thought might sound like,
"You could have listened better. You didn't know as much as you thought. You misunderstood their intentions. You weren't as patient as you believed. You contributed to this conflict. You're holding on to a belief that isn't serving you anymore. You need to soften here." These thoughts don't crush you. They refine you. Humbling thoughts are teachers sent from the deeper part of your mind, the part that wants you to evolve, not remain frozen in old versions of yourself. When such a thought appears, the ego often tries to defend itself. "No, that's not true. It's not my fault. They should have been different. I didn't do anything wrong." That resistance is the sign you're touching a truth your ego doesn't want to look at, a truth that could change you if you let it. When a humbling thought rises, don't run, don't argue, don't bury it, don't pretend it's a random feeling. Honor it, because humility is not self-deprecation. Humility is self-awareness. A humbling thought doesn't say you're worthless. It says you're learning. It doesn't say you failed. It says you can do better. It doesn't say you're small. It says there's more to grow into. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that humility was the root of wisdom, not weakness. They saw humbling thoughts as essential checkpoints, moments where life or conscience taps you on the shoulder and says, "Look here, this is a place to mature." Humbling thoughts often expose the specific places where arrogance hid.
Arrogance hides in rushed reactions. Humility reveals the truth beneath them.
Arrogance hides in rigid beliefs. Humility opens them.
Arrogance hides in the need to be right. Humility asks, what matters more, truth or pride?
Arrogance hides in assumptions. Humility asks you to verify, not assume. Arrogance hides in old narratives about yourself. Humility invites you to update your identity.
Arrogance hides in how you treat small moments. Humility teaches you to treat everything with intention.
Honoring a humbling thought doesn't mean punishing yourself. It means listening with maturity.
Sit with it. Let it soften you. Let it widen your understanding. Let it reveal the parts of yourself you neglected. Humbling thoughts are uncomfortable because they challenge the ego's illusions, its desire to appear flawless, superior, or unchanging. But every time you accept a humbling truth, the ego shrinks and the self expands.
You become wiser. You become more grounded. You become more patient. You become more accurate in your perceptions. You become more compassionate toward yourself and others.
Humbling thoughts are a gift. They reveal blind spots you couldn't see alone. And here's the powerful part. Once you honor a humbling thought, you become harder to offend. Because arrogance makes you fragile, and humility makes you strong. A humble mind doesn't fear correction. It welcomes refinement. It knows that learning is not an insult, but a blessing.
Humbling thoughts pull you out of your illusions and into your truth. And the truth is the strongest place you can stand.
So the next time a thought arrives that stings, not like a wound, but like a mirror, don't turn away. Don't resist it. Don't drown it in justification. Honor it. Let it teach you. Let it refine the parts of you that need softening. Let it reveal the corners of your ego you didn't know were still alive. Because the thought that humbles you is not trying to diminish you. It's trying to grow you into someone even stronger than before. As soon as you learn to honor the thoughts that humble you, something shifts inside you at a deeper level. You begin to see yourself with clearer eyes, less defensively, more honestly. You start noticing where pride had been hiding, where blind spots existed, where your ego needed softening. And with that rising self-awareness comes something even more important, the responsibility to understand your patterns.
Because once you start seeing the truth about yourself, you can no longer pretend your reactions are random. This leads you to one of the most strategic forms of inner strength. Track your mental triggers the way a general tracks enemy movements.
Your triggers are not weaknesses, they are coordinates. They mark the places where old wounds live. They mark the places where fear still hides. They mark the places where your patterns repeat. They mark the places where your healing is incomplete. They mark the places where your reactions surpass the situation. But here's where most people go wrong. They feel triggered and think the trigger itself is the problem. They blame the moment, the person, or themselves. They treat the reaction as a sign of failure. They avoid anything that reminds them of the trigger. Avoidance creates blind spots. Blind spots create vulnerability. A general doesn't ignore enemy movements. He studies them. He maps them. He predicts them. He learns from them. He adapts. He uses information to strengthen his position. And that's exactly how you must approach your mind. Your triggers are patterns trying to teach you something. If you want inner fortitude, you don't fear your triggers. You investigate them. Not with panic, not with judgment, not with shame, but with strategy. Start observing. What words trigger you? What tones trigger you? What environments trigger you? What behaviors from others trigger you? What memories trigger you? What insecurities do they tap into? What unmet needs do they highlight? What old stories do they activate? What vulnerability do they expose? Each trigger is a flashing signal. Here is where your past still influences your present. Here is where your pain still holds power. Here is where you need healing or boundaries. Here is where your ego still tries to protect you. Here is where you haven't learned the full lesson yet. When tracked carefully, triggers reveal patterns, and patterns reveal the architecture of your inner world. Once you understand the architecture, you gain control. You begin to see which triggers are emotional reflexes versus genuine warnings. You begin to recognize when a reaction belongs to an old version of you. You begin to predict which situations will challenge your growth. You begin to build strategies in advance instead of being blindsided. You begin to respond with wisdom rather than react with instinct. This is psychological intelligence at its finest. But tracking isn't enough. You must also interpret. A general doesn't just observe troop movements. He studies motives, weaknesses, strengths, and intentions. He anticipates outcomes. He identifies opportunities. You must do the same with your triggers. For example, if criticism triggers you, the deeper issue might be perfectionism, fear of failure, or old emotional wounds. If abandonment triggers you, the deeper issue might be childhood experiences, unmet needs, or unresolved loss. If rejection triggers you,
The deeper issue might be self-worth or attachment patterns. If losing control triggers you, the deeper issue might be anxiety or lack of trust in your own resilience. If disrespect triggers you, the deeper issue might be old experiences where your voice wasn't valued.
Every trigger has a root. Every root has a truth. Every truth holds your next layer of growth.
By tracking your triggers, you become a strategist in your own mind. You stop being caught off guard. You stop assuming your reactions define you. You stop letting your past hijack your present. You stop walking into the same emotional traps.
Instead, you see the patterns coming. You recognize the internal warning signs. You adjust your approach. You prepare yourself. You stay composed.
This is not emotional suppression. This is emotional strategy. A general doesn't win because he's unafraid. He wins because he's prepared. When you track your triggers, you build that same preparedness. With time, your triggers lose their power. Not because they disappear, but because you now understand them. You anticipate them. You know where they lead. You catch them early. You redirect before they spiral. Your emotional battlefield becomes familiar terrain. You know the weak points. You know the strongholds. You know how to maneuver, retreat, advance, and defend, not from panic, but from insight. That's the essence of inner fortitude, not the absence of triggers, but the mastery of them. Track your mental triggers with precision, and the world outside you will shake you less, because you've already studied the world within you. Once you begin tracking your mental triggers with the precision of a strategist, something unexpected happens. You stop feeling blindsided by your inner reactions. You begin anticipating them, understanding them, reading them. And once your mind becomes familiar terrain instead of hostile ground, life itself begins to reveal its patterns in a new way. You realize something subtle but profound.
What challenges you externally is always connected to something internally. This is where the next level of inner fortitude comes in.
Assume every hardship is a mirror reflecting a trait you must refine. Hardship is rarely random. It's rarely pointless. It rarely shows up in a place where you have no weaknesses. In fact, hardship often lands precisely where your inner work is waiting, not to punish you, but to reveal you. Hardship is the mirror that life holds up when you've been avoiding looking at yourself directly. And it always shows something you were meant to develop, strengthen, mature, or soften.
A mirror doesn't judge. A mirror doesn't shame. A mirror doesn't lie. It simply reflects what is and waits for you to see what you've been blind to.
When something difficult happens, most people collapse into self-pity or anger. Why me? This is unfair. Nothing ever works out. These reactions close the door on the lesson. They make hardship heavier, not wiser. But when you treat hardship as a mirror, the entire experience shifts. Instead of collapse, you look inward. Instead of resentment, you reflect. Instead of spiraling, you grow. Ask yourself, what is this hardship trying to show me about myself? Maybe it reflects impatience you've ignored. Maybe it reflects emotional reactivity. Maybe it reflects weak boundaries. Maybe it reflects avoidance of responsibility. Maybe it reflects an old fear still unhealed. Maybe it reflects rigidity where flexibility is needed. Maybe it reflects pride that needs softening. Maybe it reflects a lack of preparation. Maybe it reflects a pattern you keep repeating. Maybe it reflects the resilience you didn't know you had. Hardship reveals what comfort conceals. Comfort feels pleasant, but it hides your blind spots. Hardship feels unpleasant, but it exposes them. Comfort preserves who you are.
Hardship shows who you must become. Look closely at each difficulty and ask,
What trait does this challenge require from me?
if the hardship demands patience, the mirror shows you impatience. If it demands courage, the mirror shows you fear. If it demands clear communication, the mirror shows you avoidance. If it demands discipline, the mirror shows you inconsistency. If it demands humility, the mirror shows you ego. If it demands emotional steadiness, the mirror shows you reactivity. If it demands perspective, the mirror shows you narrow thinking. If it demands boundaries, the mirror shows you self-abandonment.
Hardship always reflects the exact trait that needs refinement.
This perspective doesn't make pain disappear, but it stops pain from being wasted. Instead of being crushed by hardship, you transform through it. Instead of feeling unlucky, you feel sharpened. Instead of feeling targeted, you feel guided. And here's the truth that makes this practice so powerful. You grow strongest in the areas where life pressures you most. Life applies pressure with precision. Pressure exposes cracks so you can mend them. Pressure reveals weaknesses so you can strengthen them. Pressure breaks patterns so you can rebuild them consciously. Pressure brings lessons you would never choose, but always need. This doesn't mean every hardship is good. It means hardship can become good when you treat it as a mirror instead of a curse. The Stoics believed that obstacles were not external punishments, but internal teachers. They taught that character is revealed and refined through adversity, not in theory, but in practice. They understood that hardship shapes the soul in a way comfort never will. When you treat hardship as a mirror, something changes inside you. You stop taking struggle personally. You stop seeing difficulty as failure. You stop assuming challenges mean you're weak. You start seeing each obstacle as part of your evolution. You start looking for meaning rather than drowning in emotion. You start noticing strengths you never honored in yourself. You start refining traits you've overlooked for years. Hardship becomes guidance. Guidance becomes growth. Growth becomes fortitude. And gradually, you become someone who doesn't just survive challenges. You use them. You extract wisdom from them. You sharpen your character through them. You rise because of them, not despite them. When you adopt this mindset, hardship stops feeling like the end of the world. It becomes a signal, a message, a mirror. And once you can look into that mirror without fear, without defensiveness, without denial, you unlock a level of inner strength that life cannot break. Because now, every challenge teaches you. Every difficulty grows you. Every hardship forms you. Every mirror reveals you into someone braver, clearer, wiser, and infinitely more capable than before. As soon as you begin treating every hardship as a mirror, something remarkable shifts inside you. You stop taking challenges as punishments and start seeing them as guidance. Life stops feeling like a series of random attacks and starts feeling like a conversation, one that's trying to shape you, refine you, prepare you. But even with this new understanding, there's a deeper layer you must learn, a layer where insight isn't earned through struggle or pressure, but through something far quieter: stillness. And this brings you into one of the most important practices of inner fortitude. Make an ally of stillness. Most people fear stillness without realizing it. Not physical stillness, you can sit on a couch for hours, but internal stillness, mental stillness. The kind of silence that exposes the truth you've been avoiding. The kind of quiet that brings your real thoughts to the surface. The kind of pause where nothing distracts you from yourself. Stillness is intimidating because it removes the noise you use to hide from your own mind. This is why so many people stay busy. why they numb, why they scroll, why they fill every gap in their day with stimulation. Noise shields you from noticing the things that want to be heard. Stillness removes the shield. But if you learn to work with stillness instead of fearing it, you discover that stillness is not emptiness. It is clarity. It is the space where your deepest wisdom surfaces. It is the pause where your intuition speaks. It is the ground where your nervous system settles. It is the moment when fear loses its exaggerated shape. Stillness is the place where you meet yourself without distortion. When you make stillness your ally, 3 transformations happen. 1. You hear the truth beneath your thoughts, not the frantic noise of anxiety, not the looping fear, not the old story your mind replays. Stillness reveals the quiet, steady truth underneath all of that. It shows you what actually matters, not what feels urgent. It shows you what you deeply want, not what you've been chasing out of habit. 2. You create space between emotion and reaction. Stillness interrupts the chain reaction that turns discomfort into chaos. It gives you room to breathe, room to think, room to respond instead of react. A single moment of stillness can prevent hours of regret. 3. You rebuild your inner strength from the inside out. Stillness recharges you. It resets your mind. It restores your nervous system. It brings back clarity, perspective, and alignment. Most people don't realize exhaustion isn't always physical. It's emotional noise. Stillness is the antidote. But here's the mistake many people make. They treat stillness as something passive, something empty, something useless. Stillness is not lack of action. Stillness is inner alignment. Stillness is where clarity grows that later guides action with precision. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius, emperor of an entire empire, took moments of stillness every day to reflect, recenter, and listen, not to escape, but to govern wisely. Seneca believed that chaos in life is inevitable, but chaos in the mind is optional, and stillness is how you prevent the inner chaos. Stillness is where you train your awareness, where you observe without rushing, where you notice what normally goes unseen, where you sit with yourself long enough to understand what you actually need. And the more you practice stillness, the more familiar it becomes. What once felt uncomfortable becomes comforting. What once felt empty becomes full. What once felt threatening becomes safe. What once felt useless becomes sacred. Stillness becomes the place where you return to yourself. It doesn't have to be dramatic. It doesn't require hours of meditation. Stillness can happen in the smallest pockets of life. Sitting in your car before you turn the key. Taking one slow breath before you respond. Drinking water without rushing. Standing near a window for 10 seconds. Letting silence settle instead of filling it. Closing your eyes for a brief pause. Stillness becomes an ally when you use it intentionally, not to escape life, but to understand it. Over time, something deeper happens. Your internal reactions slow down. Your decisions become clearer. Your emotions settle faster. Your anxiety loses its grip. Your mind becomes a place you trust. Because stillness is the ground on which inner fortitude stands. Without stillness, your mind stays reactive. Without stillness, your emotions stay tangled. Without stillness, your focus stays scattered. Without stillness, your wisdom stays buried. Stillness is not the absence of movement. It is the presence of awareness. And when stillness becomes your ally, you carry a quiet strength that nothing external can shake.
a strength born not from force, but from groundedness, a strength born not from noise, but from knowing yourself clearly. Stillness is where your deepest growth takes root. Stillness is where you become unshakable from the inside out. As soon as you make stillness an ally instead of an enemy, something subtle but life-changing begins to unfold. You stop running from your mind. You stop drowning in noise. You begin hearing the softer truths beneath all the mental clutter. And in that quiet, a new type of thought becomes easier to notice. A stubborn one, a loud one, a thought that feels heavy the moment it appears. The impossible thought. I can't do this. I'll never overcome this. That's too big for me. I'm not built for that. It's unrealistic. Most people accept these thoughts as final verdicts. They assume impossible means permanent. They assume difficulty means incapability. They assume resistance means limitation. And because of that, they stop before they begin. They shrink before they try. They tell themselves stories that keep them small, and then call it realism. But inner fortitude asks something different of you. Treat each impossible thought as an untrained muscle, not a prophecy, not a warning, not a truth, just a muscle, one that hasn't been developed yet. When something feels impossible, it's not your destiny speaking, it's your conditioning, it's your history, it's your fear, it's your underdeveloped capacity. It's the part of you that hasn't been strengthened yet. Impossible is a sensation, not a fact. Think of the first time you learned anything difficult. Walking, speaking, reading, driving, working, loving, healing. Everything felt impossible before it became natural. Not because you were incapable, but because you were untrained. The same is true for mental strength. The first time you try to set a boundary, it feels impossible. The first time you try to stay calm during conflict, it feels impossible. The first time you confront a fear, it feels impossible. The first time you speak up for yourself, it feels impossible. The first time you attempt emotional discipline, it feels impossible. Not because you can't, but because the muscle hasn't been worked. Your mind has muscles the same way your body does. The muscle of courage, the muscle of discipline, the muscle of focus, the muscle of patience, the muscle of self-belief, the muscle of resilience, the muscle of emotional regulation. Every time you say, "This is impossible," what you're really noticing is weakness. Not failure, not inadequacy, not fate. Weakness is not a flaw. Weakness is a starting point. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that emotional strength is not given. It's earned through consistent practice. They treated inner challenges like training sessions, not evidence of personal limits. Seneca wrote that difficulties strengthen the mind the same way exercise strengthens the body. Marcus Aurelius confronted his impossible moments by meeting them one step at a time, not all at once. When you treat an impossible thought as an untrained muscle, you change your entire relationship with difficulty. Instead of avoiding what feels hard, you work with it. Instead of surrendering to fear, you build tolerance for it. Instead of collapsing under resistance, you push gently against it. You stop expecting instant mastery and start respecting gradual growth. Ask yourself, what muscle is this impossible thought pointing to? Is it courage? Is it patience? Is it clarity? Is it emotional resilience? Is it confidence? Is it discipline? Is it self-worth? Is it vulnerability? Is it trust? The moment you identify the muscle, the thought shifts from impossible to trainable. And once something is trainable, it becomes manageable. Once manageable, it becomes buildable. Once buildable, it becomes yours.
Even the strongest people you admire once struggled with what now looks effortless, not because they were gifted, but because they trained the muscle daily. Micro reps, small wins, consistent practice.
And here's the liberating truth.
You don't need to conquer the impossible thought. You just need to warm up the muscle. One boundary is a rep. One honest conversation is a rep. One calm breath during chaos is a rep. One step toward the fear is a rep. One moment of discipline is a rep. One act of self-respect is a representative. The muscle grows quietly, steadily, undeniably. Very soon the thought that once felt impossible becomes something ordinary. The mountain becomes a hill. The fear becomes a discomfort. The weakness becomes a strength. Not because the challenge became smaller, but because you became stronger. So the next time your mind whispers, "This is impossible," answer it with, "This is just untrained."
That shift alone transforms defeat into direction. And direction is all you need to begin.
Treat every impossible thought as an untrained muscle, and you'll discover that you were capable long before you ever believed it. As soon as you start treating every impossible thought as an untrained muscle, something powerful happens inside you. You stop assuming limits define you. You stop surrendering at the first sign of difficulty. You begin to see yourself as someone who is capable of growing into challenges rather than shrinking beneath them. And just as that inner strength begins to form, life introduces another test, one that doesn't ask for bravery or intelligence, but something quieter, something harder, something deeply revealing. Patience! Not the surface-level patience you show when waiting in line or dealing with slow Wi-Fi, but the kind of patience that's tested when your progress stalls, when things don't unfold on your timeline, when effort isn't rewarded immediately, when outcomes take longer than expected, when life refuses to move at your preferred speed. This leads you to the next essential principle of inner fortitude. Use setbacks to expose the limits of your patience, then extend them. Most people treat setbacks as interruptions. They see them as confirmation that something is wrong, or worse, that they are wrong. A setback happens and the mind rushes. This shouldn't be happening. It's taking too long. I'm wasting my time. Nothing is changing. This means I'm failing. But setbacks are not signs of failure. They are pressure points that reveal the exact boundaries of your patience. Your patience is like a container. A setback shows you where the container ends. Your job is not to avoid setbacks, but to expand that container. Because inner strength isn't found in the moments where everything goes smoothly. Inner strength is built in the moments where life moves slower than your expectations. Setbacks press on your impatience, not to break you, but to show you where you still tighten, where you still rush, where you still demand control over timing, rather than trusting your ability to navigate uncertainty. Every time you encounter a setback, pause and ask, what part of me wanted this to happen faster? Where does my impatience show itself here? What belief tells me I should be further along? Setbacks aren't punishments. They're mirrors reflecting the exact places where time still intimidates you. Impatience comes from unmet expectations. Patience grows when expectations are updated. Setbacks force that update. A setback isn't life saying no, it's life saying not yet. And the distance between now and not yet is where your patience is shaped. Patience doesn't mean passivity. Patience doesn't mean waiting without movement. Patience means holding your center while reality adjusts at its own pace. The Stoics knew this intimately. They believed that nearly all emotional suffering comes from wanting the moment to be different than it is. Impatience is the mind's refusal to accept the present. But patience, true patience, is acceptance woven with endurance. Setbacks test that endurance. They push you against the edge of your tolerance so you can grow it. When you treat setbacks as teachers, not enemies, you start noticing patterns. A setback in a relationship reveals your difficulty with emotional delay. A setback in progress reveals your attachment to speed. A setback in healing reveals the part of you that wants closure without discomfort. A setback in work reveals your resistance to slow, steady improvement. A setback in communication reveals impatience with vulnerability. A setback in life plans reveals your need for control over timing. Each setback is a test of patience aimed at a different part of your emotional world. Instead of collapsing into frustration, step into observation. Where do I tighten? Where do I rush? Where do I demand certainty? Where do I panic when things move slowly? Where do I interpret time as failure? Once you see the edge of your patience, don't shame yourself. Extend it. Extend it by practicing presence in moments that feel slow. Extend it by allowing things to unfold without force. Extend it by lowering the internal urgency that serves no purpose. Extend it by recognizing that growth happens quietly, gradually, invisibly. Extend it by trusting the process instead of punishing yourself for not controlling the pace. Patience is not passive. It is a form of discipline. It is the discipline of staying steady while the world rearranges itself. Setbacks aren't asking you to wait blindly. They are asking you to breathe deeper, to soften the parts of you that panic in uncertainty, to release the timeline your ego clings to understand that mastery takes repetition, not speed, that healing takes layers, not shortcuts, that growth takes seasons, not seconds. When you start using setbacks to expand your patience, something profound shifts. You become harder to discourage. You become less affected by delays. You stop interpreting slow progress as failure. You stop abandoning yourself when things don't move quickly. You stop demanding perfection from the moment. You stop collapsing the first time the path bends. Your tolerance grows. Your steadiness deepens. Your endurance matures. And eventually, you reach a point where setbacks don't feel like threats. They feel like signals. Signals that you're entering the next level of your growth. Signals that your patience is about to stretch. Signals that your emotional stamina is being fortified. Patience doesn't make you passive. Patience makes you unbreakable. And once you learn to extend your patience each time a setback appears, life stops feeling like a race and starts feeling like a path you're walking with deep, grounded strength. That is the kind of fortitude no obstacle can destroy. As you learn to use setbacks as a way to stretch your patience, something inside you shifts. You stop treating delays as threats. You stop collapsing when things take longer than expected. You begin to understand that time is not your enemy. Your interpretation of time is. And once that softens, a new layer of inner clarity becomes possible, one that reveals a habit so common, so reflexive, so unquestioned, that most people don't even realize they're doing it. The habit of dramatizing difficulty. Almost everyone does this, not out of weakness, but out of conditioning. Not because the problem is truly catastrophic, but because the mind exaggerates automatically when it feels threatened. But dramatization is not just emotional, it's psychological. It adds weight where there doesn't need to be any. It turns discomfort into disaster. It turns inconvenience into identity. It turns challenge into catastrophe. So the next step in inner fortitude is this. Resist the urge to dramatize difficulty. This doesn't mean pretending challenges aren't hard. It means refusing to distort them into something larger, darker, heavier, or more hopeless than they actually are. The mind dramatizes difficulty because it wants to prepare for danger, but preparation doesn't require exaggeration. Preparation requires accuracy. Dramatization takes you out of truth and into distortion. It sounds like, "This always happens. Everything is falling apart. I'll never get through this. This ruins everything. I can't handle this." These phrases feel powerful in the moment, but they're emotional illusions, not facts. The reality is almost always smaller. The problem is specific. The challenge is temporary. The emotion is valid but not a prophecy. The situation is frustrating but not fatal. The setback is inconvenient, not the end of the path. The issue is never the difficulty itself. It's the added drama that turns a moment into a spiral. When you dramatize, you aren't responding to the problem. You're responding to a fear-amplified version of the problem. The Stoics warned about this constantly. They taught that suffering comes less from events and more from the stories we layer on top of them. Marcus Aurelius said the mind has the power to strip away the legend of events, meaning stop adding unnecessary story, unnecessary fear, unnecessary weight. Because life is hard enough without your mind turning manageable challenges into emotional catastrophes.
So, how do you resist dramatization?
You learn to pause, to intervene, to question the exaggeration, to return to what is real, not what is imagined. When difficulty shows up, ask, what is the actual size of the problem, not the emotional size? What is happening now, not what I fear might happen? What are the facts, not the story? What can I control, not what I can't? What would this situation look like without the drama? The moment you ask these questions, the emotional fog begins to clear. Suddenly, the monster becomes a shape. The shape becomes manageable, and the manageable becomes solvable. Dramatization collapses under examination. And something else happens too. It reveals something deeper about you. You dramatize difficulty when you're tired, when you haven't given yourself enough rest, when your internal world is cluttered, when old fears get triggered, when your nervous system is stretched thin, when you're afraid of losing control, when you're carrying too many expectations. Dramatization is often a signal, not a flaw. It's the mind saying, "I'm overwhelmed, slow down." When you interpret dramatization this way, you respond with clarity instead of shame. You take breaks earlier. You ask for help sooner. You manage your energy more intentionally. You stop expecting yourself to be superhuman. You begin living with more compassion toward your own limits.
But here's the deeper power of resisting dramatization.
It builds emotional endurance. If you can meet small challenges without exaggerating them, big challenges no longer feel impossible.
If you can meet discomfort without spiraling, fear loses its grip.
If you can meet setbacks with clarity, you become harder to discourage. If you can stay grounded in truth, even when emotional intensity rises, you become someone who doesn't break under pressure. This groundedness is rare, and it is one of the greatest forms of inner fortitude, because dramatization is a thief. It steals your peace, it steals your energy, it steals your perspective, it steals your ability to act wisely. Truth, on the other hand, gives you back your power. Life becomes smaller, clearer, more workable when you stop inflating its challenges. Instead of collapsing into everything is ruined, you start saying, this is just one moment. Instead of spiraling into I can't do this, you start saying, I can take one step.
Instead of drowning in, "This is too much," you start saying, "I can handle what's here right now."
This is not denial. This is alignment. It's the ability to meet difficulty without magnifying it, to stay with reality instead of jumping into fear, to respond with strength instead of panic, to see clearly instead of theatrically.
Resisting dramatization doesn't make life easy. It makes life accurate, and in accuracy, there is peace.
Inner fortitude isn't about pretending challenges are small. It's about refusing to make them larger than they are.
And once you master this, difficulty stops feeling like disaster and starts feeling like something you are fully capable of navigating with a steady heart and a clear mind.
As soon as you learn to resist the urge to dramatize difficulty, your relationship with challenge becomes steadier. The emotional storms that once pulled you under start losing their power. Your mind becomes clearer, your reactions slower, your perspective sharper. But even as you begin handling difficulties with more accuracy, another emotion lies waiting beneath the surface, quiet, subtle, but incredibly powerful. Frustration. Frustration is different from fear, different from overwhelm, different from sadness. Frustration is the tension between what is and what you expected it to be. And if you want to understand your inner world with true wisdom, you must learn the hidden truth inside this emotion. When frustrated, ask, "What outcome am I secretly demanding?" Frustration is almost always a demand in disguise, not an ask, not a hope, a demand. It's the moment reality refuses to obey your internal script. It's the moment the world doesn't bend to your timeline. It's the moment someone's behavior doesn't match your expectations. It's the moment growth doesn't move as fast as your desire. It's the moment plans unravel, delays appear, or people disappoint you. Frustration isn't created by the situation. Frustration is created by the rule you silently wrote for how the situation should unfold. When something feels off, your mind rarely says, "I'm disappointed." It says, "This is wrong. Fix this. This must change. This should not be happening." That "should" is the source of frustration. The Stoics warned about this often. Expectations without flexibility create suffering. Demands disguised as expectations create frustration. So when frustration rises, pause and ask, "What outcome am I secretly demanding?" This question is powerful because it exposes the truth underneath the emotion. Maybe you demanded that progress happen faster. Maybe you demanded that someone act exactly the way you hoped they would. Maybe you demanded that life follow your plan without deviation. Maybe you demanded that you never make mistakes. Maybe you demanded that everything goes smoothly the first time. Maybe you demanded that your healing be linear. Maybe you demanded that you always feel motivated. Frustration reveals where your mind is clinging to control. This question dissolves the tension because it brings the demand into the light, and demands lose their power when exposed. When you ask this question honestly, one of two things happens. 1. You realize the demand isn't reasonable. You see that you were asking life for something it could never promise. Perfect timing, perfect behavior, perfect outcomes, perfect performance, perfect predictability. Once you see the demand clearly, your frustration softens, not because the situation changed, but because your grip on the situation loosened. 2. You realize the demand hides a deeper need. Maybe the demand isn't about the outcome at all. It's about reassurance, safety, support, respect, or stability. Frustration often masks a quieter fear. Fear of being disappointed. fear of being embarrassed, fear of wasting time, fear of being misunderstood, fear of being unprepared. When you uncover the need beneath the demand, your frustration becomes something you can communicate, soothe, or address.
This question also reveals another truth.
Frustration points to the exact places where you haven't accepted reality yet. Reality says, "This is what is." Frustration says, "But I want something else."
The moment you catch that difference, you regain your power.
You can adjust, you can reframe, you can slow down, you can release the demand, you can choose a new response. Frustration turns into clarity, clarity turns into strength, strength turns into wisdom. There is also a deeper benefit to asking yourself what outcome you were demanding. It teaches humility. It shows you the parts of yourself that still believe everything should follow your ideal sequence, your preferred timing, your preferred emotional comfort.
It shows you where ego still lives, where rigidity still lives, where entitlement still lives, where impatience still lives, where perfectionism still lives.
And none of these traits make you bad. They make you human. But they also show you where to grow. When you drop the secret demand, your frustration turns into acceptance. And acceptance is not surrender. It is alignment with reality. Aligned people aren't easily frustrated, not because they don't face obstacles, but because they've stopped demanding that life move in only one direction. They respond instead of resist. They adapt instead of collapse. They adjust instead of dramatize. They flow instead of fight. This is what makes inner fortitude feel so calm, so grounded, so steady. So the next time frustration rises in your body, before you react, snap, withdraw, or spiral, ask yourself quietly, what outcome am I secretly demanding right now? Let the answer teach you. Let it soften you. Let it free you from a weight you didn't realize you were carrying.
Because once you stop demanding from life what life never promised, you start experiencing a level of peace. That frustration can no longer break.
As soon as you begin asking yourself what outcome you've been secretly demanding, frustration loses much of its sting. You no longer collapse under the weight of your expectations. You begin seeing how much of your inner turmoil comes not from life, but from the rules you try to impose on it. And once this clarity forms, another truth becomes visible. Most of the pain you experience doesn't come from the difficulty itself. It comes from your reaction to the difficulty.
This leads you to the next essential skill of inner fortitude.
Respond to mental obstacles in proportion to their real impact, not your initial reaction. Your initial reaction is almost never accurate. It's emotional, it's immediate, it's primitive, it's protective, it's dramatic. Your nervous system responds before your wisdom wakes up. Something small happens, a mistake, a delay, a misunderstanding, a worry, an unexpected shift, and your mind jumps instantly into overdrive. This is a disaster. I messed everything up. Everything is ruined. This will never work. I can't handle this. But the situation itself? Usually much smaller than the reaction. This gap between the moment and the mental explosion is where suffering multiplies. Your reaction is trying to protect you, but it does so by exaggerating the danger. Your job is not to silence your reaction. Your job is to correct the scale.
A mental obstacle must be responded to according to its true size, not the distorted size your fear initially assigns to it.
Think of it this way. If a spark lands on your clothing, your initial reaction might be panic, but the actual response needed is to brush it off, not stop, drop, and roll, not I'm on fire, not This is catastrophic.
Just a flick of the hand.
But if you treat the spark like a wildfire, you create chaos where none existed. That's what most people do mentally. They treat small inconveniences like crises. They treat minor mistakes like identity-shattering failures. They treat uncertainty like apocalypse. They treat challenges like impossibilities.
This isn't weakness, it's conditioning. Your mind is wired to protect you from danger, but it struggles to differentiate between a threat and a discomfort.
So, your reaction inflates everything, and your job is to deflate it back to truth. Start asking yourself,
Is the situation truly as big as my reaction?
most of the time, the answer is no. You don't need to ignore your reaction. You just need to rescale it. Ask, what is the actual impact of this? Not the imagined impact, not the feared impact, not the dramatized impact, but the real one. Does this matter in a week? Most obstacles don't.
What part of this is discomfort, not danger? This question alone can melt panic into clarity.
What is the smallest possible interpretation of this problem? The mind exaggerates. You must balance it. What is the simplest action I can take next? Overwhelm dissolves when you shrink the problem.
Am I reacting to the moment or to my story about the moment?
Most suffering is reaction to story, not reality. Your initial reaction is a survival reflex. Your considered response is the truth.
When you start responding to obstacles in proportion to their real impact, life becomes lighter.
A mistake stops being a declaration of inadequacy. It becomes a moment of correction.
A delay stops being a crisis. It becomes a pause. A confusing feeling stops being an emergency. It becomes a signal. A setback stops being doom. It becomes training.
A disagreement stops feeling like rejection. It becomes a difference in perspective. Your inner world stops oscillating wildly because the situations are no longer inflated by fear. And what emerges next is emotional accuracy, one of the rarest, calmest strengths a person can develop. The Stoics mastered this. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to remove the legend from events, meaning remove the drama, the exaggeration, the interpretation, and see only what actually happened. Because what actually happened is nearly always manageable. Mental obstacles lose their power when you treat them according to their true size. And here's the deeper truth. When you stop reacting to small problems with big emotions, you conserve your strength for the things that truly matter. You stop exhausting yourself on imaginary battles. You stop draining your energy on temporary inconveniences. You stop letting your mind escalate simple moments into emotional storms. You develop steadiness, the kind of steadiness that doesn't collapse, doesn't panic, doesn't overreact, doesn't catastrophize. You begin to respond with the calm of someone who knows, I will meet this according to its reality, not my initial fear. And that transformation marks the beginning of true inner maturity. A mature mind is not one that feels less, it's one that interprets more accurately. Responding to obstacles in proportion to their real impact is how you turn storms into weather, crises into moments, and fear into something you can navigate with strength, clarity, and an unshakable composure. When you start responding to obstacles in proportion to their real impact, something profound settles inside you. Life stops feeling like an endless series of emergencies. Your mind stops sprinting toward catastrophe. You begin to see how often your initial reactions distort reality and how much easier everything becomes once you correct the scale. And in that growing clarity, you begin to notice an even deeper truth at work. A truth so powerful that it quietly governs every experience you've ever had.
Perspective is always stronger than circumstance.
Always.
Circumstance is what happens. Perspective is how you meet it.
And your inner strength depends far more on the second than the first. Two people can go through the exact same circumstance and walk away with completely different experiences. Not because the situation changed, but because their interpretation of the situation changed. Perspective is the lens that shapes everything you feel. But here's the part most people miss. You don't control every circumstance, but you always have influence over your perspective.
This doesn't mean circumstances don't matter. Pain is real. Loss is real. Change is real. Struggle is real. But the meaning you attach to those things is what determines whether you break or rise.
Perspective is not pretending everything is good. Perspective is seeing what is real without surrendering your power. When the circumstance is heavy, perspective whispers, "There is still something I can control." When the circumstance is uncertain, perspective says, "Let me respond with curiosity, not fear." When the circumstance is painful, perspective says, "This will shape me, not destroy me." When the circumstance is delayed, perspective says, "The timeline is different, but the path is still alive." When the circumstance is disappointing, perspective says, "This is feedback, not a final verdict."
Perspective doesn't erase difficulty. It reorients you within it.
The Stoics understood this better than anyone. They believed that we suffer more in imagination than in reality. Not because pain isn't real, but because the mind magnifies whatever perspective it chooses.
When perspective is narrow, life feels suffocating. When perspective expands, life becomes workable.
A circumstance can only overwhelm you when it occupies your entire vision. But perspective widens the frame. It shows you choices, options, meaning, direction. It shows you that the situation is part of your life, not the whole of it. Perspective is stronger than circumstance because circumstance is temporary. Perspective can adapt. Circumstance is external. Perspective is internal. Circumstance can change without warning. Perspective can adjust with intention. Circumstance is unpredictable. Perspective is trainable. Circumstance may limit your options. Perspective expands your response. And here's the life-altering truth. The moment you shift perspective, the circumstance changes, not outwardly, but inwardly, which is where suffering truly lives or dies.
Think of a moment when something went wrong in your life.
Maybe a plan fell apart. Maybe someone disappointed you. Maybe a goal took longer than expected. Maybe a fear became real. If your perspective said, "This is catastrophe," your entire emotional world collapsed. But if your perspective said, "This is painful but not final," your mind stayed open. Breath stayed steady. Options remained visible. Strength remained accessible. Perspective is the anchor beneath the waves. Not because the waves stop, but because the anchor holds. When you remember that perspective is stronger than circumstance, you gain several new freedoms. 1. The freedom to choose your interpretation. You stop being a victim of your first emotional response. 2. The freedom to adjust your internal world even when the external one is chaotic. You remain steady in situations that used to overwhelm you. 3. The freedom to see challenge as direction rather than punishment. Circumstance stops being something you fear and becomes something you shape. 4. The freedom to respond with clarity instead of panic. Perspective creates space. Space creates strength.
5. The freedom to stand tall even when life bends you. You become someone who doesn't break easily.
This doesn't mean you overlook pain or deny hardship. It means you refuse to let circumstance decide your emotional fate. It means you choose meaning instead of helplessness. It means you choose clarity instead of exaggeration. It means you choose strength instead of collapse.
Perspective is not a trick. It is not a false mask. It is not denial.
Perspective is the quiet wisdom that says, "This situation matters, but it does not define me. It influences me, but it does not own me. It challenges me, but it does not control me." And once you anchor yourself in this truth, the world outside you loses the power to unseat your peace. Because you finally understand, life may shape your circumstances, but you shape the meaning they hold, and meaning is stronger than anything that happens outside you. As soon as you remember that perspective is stronger than circumstance, a deeper stability begins to form inside you. You stop letting the outside world dictate the entire landscape of your inner world. You start seeing how your interpretation shapes your experience more than the event itself. And once that truth settles into your bones, you become ready to observe something far more subtle, something that happens before interpretation, before emotion, before reaction.
The speed of your thoughts.
There is a quiet intelligence hidden in the pace at which your mind moves, and if you learn to listen to it, you uncover truths about yourself that the conscious mind often misses.
This leads to your next lesson in inner fortitude. Notice where your thoughts rush. Speed reveals priority.
Not priority in the sense of what you value, but priority in the sense of what your mind feels urgently drawn toward. Urgency is different from importance. Urgency reveals what your mind sees as threatening, unfinished, or unresolved. Thoughts don't rush for no reason. They rush toward the places where your energy is tangled. They rush toward the places where fear lives. They rush toward the places you haven't healed. They rush toward the things you've been avoiding. They rush toward the areas where uncertainty scares you. They rush toward attachments disguised as responsibilities.
Your thoughts sprint toward the wounds you haven't addressed yet.
And if you pay attention, you'll begin to see patterns. Your thoughts rush toward people whose approval you crave. Your thoughts rush toward situations where you feel out of control. Your thoughts rush toward conversations you're afraid to have. Your thoughts rush toward tasks you delay because they intimidate you. Your thoughts rush toward problems you haven't defined clearly. Your thoughts rush toward insecurities that feel like threats. Your thoughts rush toward outcomes you're desperately trying to force. Speed is a spotlight. It illuminates whatever part of your inner world feels most vulnerable. When your mind races, it's not random. It's revealing the emotional territory you've neglected. But most people never notice this. They get pulled by the speed without examining the destination. They drown in the rush instead of asking, "Why is my mind sprinting here?" This question shifts everything. Because once you identify where the rush is going, you can uncover why it's going there. For example, if your thoughts rush to work tasks, it might reveal fear of falling behind, fear of disappointing others, or fear of losing stability. If your thoughts rush to relationships, it might reveal attachment wounds, fear of abandonment, or a desire for reassurance. If your thoughts rush to hypothetical catastrophes, it might reveal unchecked anxiety, oversensitivity to uncertainty, or a habit of predicting danger to feel prepared. If your thoughts rush to past mistakes, it might reveal unresolved shame, a fear of repeating old patterns, or a belief that you still need punishment. If your thoughts rush to future outcomes, it might reveal perfectionism,
control issues, or difficulty trusting the process.
Speed is diagnostic.
It tells you which internal fire your mind thinks it must put out first. The Stoics understood this without needing modern psychology. They often wrote of observing one's first instinct, one's immediate inner movement, as a way of locating the weakness or attachment that needed attention. The very places where your thoughts rush are the places where your inner work is calling you. The goal is not to slow every thought down. The goal is to understand the ones that can't wait. Ask yourself, what emotional urgency is this mental rush trying to solve? Sometimes it's fear of loss. Sometimes it's fear of judgment. Sometimes it's fear of uncertainty. Sometimes it's desire for control. Sometimes it's unresolved grief. Sometimes it's unmet needs. Sometimes it's ego trying to protect itself. But once you locate the urgency, you can question it, soothe it, understand it, instead of being dragged by it.
There's a hidden strength in being able to say, my mind is rushing toward this, so this must be where my concern, fear, or attachment is strongest.
Rushing reveals what matters to you, not because you chose it, but because your mind believes something there requires attention. This practice gives you a deeper mastery of your inner world. You stop assuming racing thoughts mean something is wrong. You start understanding racing thoughts as signals. You stop trying to silence your mind. You start trying to understand what it's trying to protect. You stop drowning in mental speed. You start becoming the observer of it. Speed becomes a teacher, not a threat. And when you can understand where your thoughts rush, you gain the power to slow them down, not by force, but by clarity.
A mind that feels understood does not need to race. A mind that feels acknowledged does not need to shout. A mind that feels safe does not need to panic. So pay attention to the momentum inside your mind. Where it rushes is where your healing, your clarity, your growth, your boundaries, and your courage are waiting to be built.
Because speed is not chaos. Speed is information. And once you learn to read it, you gain a level of self-awareness that transforms your entire inner world. As you begin noticing where your thoughts rush, the inner landscape becomes even more readable. You start catching the instincts your mind tries to hide, the places where urgency spills out, the corners where fear lingers, the situations that awaken old wounds. And once you see the patterns of your mental speed, something becomes unmistakably clear. Fear is often the fuel behind the rush, not danger, not disaster, not instinctive wisdom, just fear, raw, unfiltered, and often misdirected.
But here's the truth most people never learn.
Fear itself is not the problem. Fear is energy, powerful, concentrated, and deeply intelligent. The real issue is what you do with that energy, which brings you to the next principle of inner fortitude. Convert the energy of fear into preparation. Fear doesn't show up because you're weak. Fear shows up because your mind detects uncertainty. And the moment uncertainty appears, the mind generates energy, not to paralyze you, but to prepare you. Fear is the body saying, pay attention. Something matters here. You care about the outcome. Let's get ready.
But most people misunderstand fear as a stop sign rather than a signal.
They freeze. They spiral. They catastrophize. They interpret fear as a verdict rather than information. Fear doesn't require panic. It requires direction. Think of fear as electricity. If left unmanaged, it shocks you. If guided, it powers your entire system. Fear is the same. Left unchecked, it spirals into anxiety. Guided intentionally, it becomes preparation, clarity, and readiness. This is how you turn fear from an enemy into an ally. Start by asking, what is this fear trying to prepare me for?
Because every fear contains a message.
A fear of failure might be preparing you to refine your plan. A fear of rejection might be preparing you to communicate better. A fear of uncertainty might be preparing you to seek more information. A fear of change might be preparing you to strengthen your adaptability. A fear of loss might be preparing you to value what you have more deeply. A fear of embarrassment might be preparing you to improve your skill or approach. Fear always points to something that needs attention.
The Stoics understood this well. They didn't deny fear, they converted it. They used fear not as a reason to retreat, but as a cue to prepare. Fear became a teacher, not a barrier. You can do the same.
When fear rises, don't ask, how do I stop feeling this? Ask, what can I prepare for?
This question transforms fear from noise to strategy.
For example, if you fear a conversation, prepare your words. If you fear a challenge, prepare your skills. If you fear uncertainty, prepare your mindset for flexibility. If you fear disappointment, prepare your expectations with realism. If you fear failure, prepare your backup plans. Preparation doesn't remove fear instantly. It gives fear somewhere to go. A purpose, a direction, a channel. Fear without direction becomes panic. Fear with direction becomes power. And here's the deeper truth. Fear is not asking you to avoid something. It's asking you to be ready for something. Fear is anticipation in disguise. Anticipation without preparation becomes anxiety. Anticipation with preparation becomes confidence. This shift is profound because it turns fear into momentum. Instead of collapsing under fear, you begin moving because of it.
Instead of shutting down, you become sharper.
Instead of spiraling into what if, you begin planning for even if.
A prepared mind is not fearless. It is stable. It is grounded. It is capable. It is forward-moving even under pressure.
And once you understand the intelligence beneath your fear, your relationship with it transforms completely. You stop demonizing your fear. You stop hiding from it. You stop being ashamed of it. You stop treating it as proof of inadequacy. You begin treating fear with respect, not worship, not avoidance, just respect. Because fear is one of your greatest sources of life force energy. It awakens you. It sharpens you. It focuses you. It activates the part of you that wants to survive, grow, and succeed. But all of that potential is wasted if you let fear freeze you. Fear only becomes weakness when it is blocked. Fear becomes strength when it is redirected. So the next time fear rises in your chest, before you fight it or shame it or interpret it as danger, pause and ask, how can I convert this fear into preparation? And then act on the answer, even in the smallest way. One small preparation step can calm a storm that felt impossible 5 minutes earlier. Because preparation builds confidence, confidence shrinks fear, and clarity puts you back in command of your own mind. You don't need to eliminate fear to be strong. You just need to give fear a purpose. That is how fear becomes fuel.
That is how preparation becomes power. That is how inner fortitude becomes unshakable.
Once you learn to convert the energy of fear into preparation, something powerful happens inside you. Your mind stops seeing fear as a threat and starts seeing it as fuel. The inner world becomes more navigable, more readable, more cooperative. But as your inner strength grows, you begin noticing something subtle,
something that doesn't come with panic or urgency or intensity, yet still drains your energy more quietly than fear ever could. The constant stream of thoughts, some helpful, some neutral, some intrusive, some repetitive, some noisy, some untrue. The mind produces thoughts endlessly, like waves rolling onto the shore without ever being asked. And many people treat every thought that appears as if it requires attention, or analysis, or debate, or correction, or explanation.
But inner fortitude requires a different understanding.
Accept that not every thought deserves a reply. This is one of the most liberating truths you will ever learn. Most mental suffering doesn't come from the thought itself. It comes from the conversation you start having with the thought. It comes from giving weight to something that never earned it. It comes from arguing with noise. It comes from negotiating with fear. It comes from explaining yourself to your own imagination. Your mind throws out thoughts the way the sky throws out clouds, naturally, constantly, without intention or meaning. But you are not obligated to chase every cloud. A thought only becomes powerful when you engage with it.
If you don't engage, it passes.
You don't need to challenge every thought. You don't need to correct every thought. You don't need to argue with every what if. You don't need to soothe every insecurity. You don't need to answer every mental question. You don't need to solve every inner concern. Some thoughts deserve attention. Many do not. And wisdom is learning the difference.
A mind that engages with every thought eventually collapses under the weight of its own overthinking. But a mind that knows when to let a thought pass becomes quiet, grounded, and free.
To master this, you must first understand what thoughts actually are. Thoughts are impulses. Thoughts are echoes. Thoughts are habits. Thoughts are memory fragments. Thoughts are protective guesses. Thoughts are emotional translations. Thoughts are leftover energy from past experiences. But thoughts are not commands, and thoughts are not truths, and thoughts are not obligations. Just because a thought knocks on the door doesn't mean you have to invite it in. The Stoics understood this long before modern psychology ever existed. They taught that impressions, the automatic thoughts that land in the mind, should be observed, not obeyed, noticed, not swallowed, acknowledged, not reacted to. You don't have to reply to everything your mind says. This is the foundation of inner peace. To practice this skill, start noticing when your mind sends a thought that instantly tries to pull you into a conversation. For example, a thought appears. What if something goes wrong? Your old habit. Start analyzing scenarios, spiraling, preparing for imaginary disaster. Your new strength. No reply needed. A thought appears. They might not like you. Old habit. Replaying conversations, assuming judgment. New strength. No reply needed. A thought appears. I can't handle this. Old habit. Trying to convince yourself you can, arguing internally. New strength. No reply needed. A thought appears. I ruined everything. Old habit. Explaining, defending, replaying. New strength. No reply needed. Not every thought deserves debate. Not every thought deserves soothing. Not every thought deserves validation. Not every thought deserves energy. Sometimes the most powerful move is silence.
Inner silence is not avoidance, it is mastery.
When you choose not to reply to a thought, you send a message to your mind. I am the observer, not the captive.
You teach the mind to settle, to trust you.
To stop shouting for attention, to stop assuming every thought is urgent. Your internal world becomes lighter because you stop carrying every thought as if it were a responsibility.
You begin to live with mental boundaries. Here's the deeper truth.
Some thoughts only exist because they expect you to react. When you stop reacting, they stop returning with the same force. Resistance fuels thoughts. Engagement sustains them. Curiosity about them strengthens them. But non-reaction dissolves them. Not instantly, but consistently. In time, your mind learns that it can think freely without dragging you into its every whim. It learns that you will respond intentionally, not automatically. It learns that you are not here to solve every mental ripple. You stop being the mind's servant and begin being its guide. Peace grows, clarity grows, stillness grows, strength grows. Because the true measure of inner fortitude is not how many thoughts you can battle, but how many unhelpful thoughts you can simply let drift by without letting them pull you from your center. Not every thought deserves your attention. Not every thought deserves your energy. Not every thought deserves your reply. Let the unnecessary ones pass, like wind, like weather, like background noise, and watch as your mind becomes a place of quiet power instead of constant negotiation. As soon as you accept that not every thought deserves a reply, the noise inside your mind begins to thin out. The constant tug-of-war between reaction and silence starts to fade. You realize you don't need to wrestle with every idea your mind produces. You don't need to negotiate with every fear. You don't need to justify every feeling. And in that newfound quiet, a different voice becomes easier to hear. A voice sharper than fear, quieter than panic, and far more painful than doubt. Self-criticism. It comes quickly. It comes quietly. It comes dressed as truth. And if you're not careful, it becomes the loudest voice in your mind. Most people treat self-criticism like a verdict, a sign they're failing, a sign something is wrong with them, a sign they must shrink, hide, or collapse. But inner fortitude requires a different understanding. Interpret self-criticism as a call to upgrade, not self-destruction. Self-criticism isn't always cruelty. It isn't always trauma. It isn't always sabotage. Sometimes it's your mind trying, clumsily, to push you toward refinement. Self-criticism becomes destructive only when misunderstood. When you hear a harsh inner voice saying, "You should be better. You're messing this up. You're not disciplined enough. You could have handled that differently. You're falling short." Your first instinct is often shame, collapse, defensiveness, avoidance, self-rejection. But look beneath the tone, and you'll find something else entirely. A desire for growth, a desire for integrity, a desire for alignment, a desire for improvement, a desire to rise above your old patterns. Self-criticism, when misunderstood, becomes a weapon. Self-criticism, when interpreted correctly, becomes instruction. Your inner critic is not always trying to destroy you. Often it is trying to upgrade you. The problem is not the message, it's the delivery. The mind often speaks truth with terrible communication skills. It uses harshness when it should use guidance. It uses force when it should use clarity. It uses shame when it should use direction. Your job is to translate the message, not collapse under the tone. Start asking, what is my self-criticism trying to help me improve? What standard am I trying to rise to? What value is being activated here? What is the growth point behind this discomfort? And when you ask these questions, self-criticism shifts from an attack to feedback. For example, the thought, "You're too lazy," may actually mean you're craving structure and consistency. The thought, "You always ruin things," may actually mean, "This area needs more attention and intention." The thought, "You're not good enough," may actually mean, "You're underestimating your potential. Push a little further." The thought,
"You should have known better," may actually mean, "There's a lesson here you're ready to learn." Self-criticism becomes your inner coach when you translate the message correctly.
Not every harsh thought is an insult. Many are misdelivered instructions.
The Stoics understood this. Marcus Aurelius wrote to himself with a stern tone, not to shame himself, but to remind himself who he wanted to be. Seneca criticized his own tendencies, not for self-punishment, but for refinement. Epictetus spoke of confronting one's flaws not with self-hatred, but with self-command.
Their self-criticism was not destruction, it was training.
Here's a powerful truth most people never realize. Your inner critic often appears because a stronger, wiser version of you is trying to emerge. Self-criticism is the tension between who you are and who you know you're capable of becoming. So when it speaks, don't silence it, translate it.
The real question becomes, how can I respond constructively, not emotionally?
Instead of spiraling into self-hate, ask, what's the constructive next action? What small adjustment can I make? What standard am I trying to uphold? How can I treat myself like someone worth improving, not punishing? Self-destruction weakens you. Self-upgrading transforms you.
There's a quiet strength in being able to say,
this criticism is uncomfortable because it's asking me to rise. And once you make this shift, you begin approaching self-criticism with less fear, less shame, less avoidance, and more curiosity, more responsibility, more maturity. Self-criticism stops being a burden. It becomes a compass pointing not toward your flaws, but toward your evolution. And that is one of the greatest forms of inner fortitude you can cultivate. Not silencing your inner critic, but teaching it to become your guide. As soon as you reinterpret self-criticism as a call to upgrade rather than a reason to crumble, your relationship with yourself begins to mature. You stop treating your inner voice like an enemy. You start translating its rough language into wisdom. You begin to understand that discomfort is not meant to break you, it's meant to build you. And just as this internal stability deepens, life introduces another kind of challenge. A door closes, an opportunity ends, a connection fades, a plan collapses. A direction that once felt certain suddenly becomes impossible. Most people react the same way. They stare at the closed door, cry at the closed door, kick the closed door, beg the closed door to reopen, tell themselves stories about what the closed door means about them.
But inner fortitude asks something different of you. When life closes a door, study the hinge.
The hinge is the mechanism behind the moment, the deeper reason, the subtle truth, the structural cause, the invisible lesson, the path that allowed the door to close in the first place. Most people stare at outcomes. The wise study causes. A door doesn't close randomly. There is always a hinge, something that shifted, weakened, tightened, broke, or rerouted. The hinge is where clarity hides. Maybe the hinge is timing, maybe it's misalignment, maybe it's lack of preparation, maybe it's ego, maybe it's emotional unavailability, yours or someone else's. Maybe it's an old identity that no longer fits the current moment. Maybe it's a boundary you didn't set. Maybe it's a direction you weren't ready for. Maybe it's a path that was never meant to be yours. Life rarely slams doors without leaving clues on the hinge. When a door closes, don't just mourn the loss. Investigate the mechanism. Ask, what shifted here? What does this closure reveal about me or the situation? Was this door truly serving my growth? What was unsustainable? What pattern is repeating? What did I ignore before the door closed? What does this make room for? Because here's the truth. A closing door is not an end. It is a diagnostic. It tells you where structure was weak. It tells you where something wasn't aligned. It tells you where growth is required. It tells you what cannot continue. It tells you what no longer matches the person you're becoming. Life is not punishing you when a door closes. It's revealing what needs adjustment before another path opens. The Stoics understood this deeply. They taught that obstacles were not interruptions, but information. When something stopped working, the wise didn't cry at the wall. They studied the architecture of the wall. They wanted to understand the nature of the resistance, the internal weakness, the misjudgment, or the misalignment that brought them to that moment. Studying the hinge is an act of maturity. It means refusing to see life through the lens of victimhood. It means choosing insight over emotion. It means understanding that circumstances, relationships, and opportunities do not collapse randomly. They collapse because something in the structure was unstable. When a door closes, sometimes the hinge shows you where you need more discipline. Sometimes it shows you where you need more courage. Sometimes it shows you where you need to let go. Sometimes it shows you where you are holding on to something too tightly. Sometimes it shows you where your intuition whispered no and you ignored it. Sometimes it shows you where you were forcing what wasn't meant for you. Sometimes it shows you where you must evolve to earn the next door.
And sometimes the hinge reveals something surprising. The door didn't close on you. It closed for you.
To protect you from a path that would have broken you. To redirect you towards something more aligned. To keep you from settling. To give you space to grow. To prepare you for a door that requires a stronger version of you. When you study the hinge, closed doors become teachers. You stop romanticizing what didn't work. You stop begging for what's gone. You stop fighting reality. You start seeing pathways where you once saw endings. You start taking responsibility for your part. You start recognizing life's wisdom instead of its cruelty. And the most empowering part, when you understand the hinge, you gain influence over the next door, because you learn what needs strengthening, what needs releasing, what needs patience, what needs upgrading, what needs transforming. Closed doors stop feeling like losses. They start feeling like blueprints. Blueprints for your evolution. Blueprints for your future paths. Blueprints for the next doors that will open. Not by chance, but because you're becoming the person who can walk through them with steadiness, with clarity, with strength, and with trust. When life closes a door, don't stare at the wood. Study the hinge. That's where the truth is. That's where the growth is. And that's where the next opening begins. As soon as you learn to study the hinge instead of staring helplessly at the closed door, your entire relationship with endings shifts. You stop taking them personally. You stop assuming life is trying to break you. You start looking beneath the surface, into the deeper mechanics of growth and alignment. And in that clarity, you begin to see another layer of truth, one that reveals itself only after you've lost something, been let down, or watched a hope dissolve. Disappointment, the quiet collapse. The unexpected drop in your chest. The moment when what you wanted doesn't match what happened. Not dramatic, but sharp. Not catastrophic, but meaningful. Disappointment isn't loud like anger or overwhelming like fear. It's subtle. But subtle emotions can be the most revealing, because they speak directly to your internal identity.
And this leads you to the next lesson in inner fortitude.
See every disappointment as a test of your chosen identity, not the identity you inherited, not the identity shaped by old wounds or old stories, not the identity others expect from you, but the identity you choose, the person you're actively becoming. Every disappointment touches that identity and asks one question: who are you going to be now? Disappointment tests you in ways success never will. Success confirms you. Disappointment shapes you, because disappointment awakens something deeper. It reveals the gap between your old self and your future self. The old self reacts emotionally, instinctively, protectively. This always happens to me. Nothing ever works out. I should have known better. I'm not meant for this. Why even try anymore?
But the chosen identity, the one you are consciously building, must answer differently.
Disappointment is the moment where the old narrative tries to reclaim you and your future self asks you to stay awake. When you see disappointment as a test, you begin to ask, who do I want to be in the face of this? How does the stronger version of me interpret this? What does this moment require from the identity I'm building? Suddenly, disappointment becomes less about the event and more about the response. It stops being a setback and becomes an assignment. The Stoics understood this beautifully. They believed that character reveals itself not in comfort, but in loss, frustration, and change. Not in what you achieve, but in how you handle what doesn't go your way. Not in what opens, but in what closes. Not in being pleased, but in being tested.
To them, disappointment wasn't something to escape. It was something to use.
Because disappointment is the perfect pressure point to reveal where your identity is fragile, where you still cling to external validation, where you rely too much on outcomes, where you still fear uncertainty, where you haven't built emotional endurance, where your old patterns still try to speak for you. Every disappointment is an invitation to respond from the identity you're choosing, not the identity you're escaping. So, when something falls through, ask yourself, does my response reflect who I've been or who I'm becoming? If you want to be someone resilient, disappointment tests that. If you want to be someone patient, disappointment tests that. If you want to be someone driven, disappointment tests that. If you want to be someone confident, disappointment tests that. If you want to be someone emotionally mature, disappointment tests that. Every time disappointment visits, it brings a mirror. Not to shame you, but to let you see your progress, your growth edges, your habits, your default patterns, your chosen identity versus your conditioned identity.
You can respond with collapse, or you can respond with alignment. And here's the part most people never notice.
Disappointment often shows you exactly where you're ready to evolve next. If a minor setback crushes you, it means your identity is still tied too tightly to control. If a rejection destroys your confidence, it means your identity is still built around external approval. If a delay makes you quit, it means your identity is still tied to impatience. If a mistake makes you feel unworthy, it means your identity is still built on perfectionism. If a changing plan disorients you, it means your identity is still tied to predictability. This is not failure, this is clarity.
And clarity is where transformation begins.
Because disappointment doesn't define you, but it reveals you. And once revealed, you have a choice. The future version of you, the one with inner fortitude, emotional maturity, steadiness, wisdom, is built through how you answer the test. Not by feeling nothing, not by pretending the disappointment doesn't sting, but by responding in a way that expands you. Disappointment is not the enemy.
It is the checkpoint between who you were and who you're becoming. So the next time disappointment appears in your life, pause. Feel the sting. Let it be real, but then ask yourself, how does the person I am choosing to become respond to this exact moment? And let that answer guide you. This is how identity becomes strength, how setbacks become stepping stones, and how disappointment becomes one of your greatest teachers, shaping you into someone who cannot be shaken by what doesn't go as planned. When you begin seeing every disappointment as a test of your chosen identity, the entire emotional terrain shifts. You stop collapsing into old narratives. You stop measuring yourself by outcomes. You begin responding from the version of yourself you're consciously cultivating. And once you step into that maturity, something unexpected starts to happen. The chaos of life becomes clearer. The noise quiets. The unnecessary starts slipping away on its own.
Because now you're ready for a deeper truth. Use your obstacles as a filter. What is essential will survive them. What is not will fall away.
Obstacles do not just challenge you, they sort your life. Every obstacle you face acts like pressure, and pressure reveals structure. It shows you what's strong, what's weak, what's misaligned, what's temporary, what's foundational, and what was never meant to be carried forward. Most people treat obstacles like interruptions, but obstacles are filters, silent, powerful, and honest. They reveal what relationships truly support you, what habits actually serve you, what goals genuinely matter, what values you live by, not just talk about, what dreams are real and what dreams were borrowed from others, what patterns limit you, and what parts of your identity are authentic versus inherited. Obstacles force you to release the unnecessary and strengthen the essential. Nothing inefficient survives pressure. Nothing false lasts long in difficulty. Nothing superficial holds up when life tightens. And that's not tragedy. That's refinement. When life gives you an obstacle, don't just ask, "Why is this happening?" or "How do I get through this?" Also ask, what is this obstacle filtering out of my life? What is this challenge showing me I don't need anymore? What only survives in comfort but collapses in adversity? Because obstacles strip away illusions. A relationship that breaks under challenge was held together by convenience, not depth. A habit that disappears in difficulty was never rooted in discipline. A goal that vanishes the moment it's tested was not aligned with your truth. A belief that collapses in pressure was never truly yours. A routine that crumbles under stress was built on motivation, not commitment. A version of you that panics instantly is proof of the identity you're outgrowing. Obstacles are not here to ruin you. They're here to remove what no longer matches the level of life you're growing into. The Stoics understood this with clarity. Epictetus taught that every challenge separates what belongs to you from what doesn't. Marcus Aurelius wrote that adversity reveals whether your values are real or just words. Seneca believed difficulty burns away the unnecessary so the essential can emerge unharmed. Obstacles don't take things from you. They take things for you, for your evolution, for your alignment, for your clarity. Let the obstacle do its filtering. If a relationship fades, it wasn't strong enough for where you're going. If a plan breaks, it wasn't stable enough to support your next chapter. If a path closes, it wasn't aligned with your growth. If a habit collapses, it needed rebuilding. If an identity cracks, it needed transformation. Instead of gripping harder, let the obstacle show you what's actually meant to stay. Ask yourself,
What remains when everything unnecessary falls away? What remains is the truth, your strength, your priorities, your real values, your real desires, your real identity, your real resilience. Obstacles refine you the way fire refines metal. They burn away the impurities. They expose the cracks so they can be rebuilt stronger. They strengthen what can withstand heat and reveal what cannot. Letting obstacles filter your life saves you years. Years of forcing connections, years of chasing hollow goals, years of clinging to versions of yourself that you've outgrown, years of fighting for things that were never aligned with your deeper self. When you stop resisting this natural sorting process, obstacles stop feeling like punishment and begin to feel like precision. A precise tool shaping you into someone more focused, more grounded, more authentic, more aligned. And the most empowering part? After every obstacle, your life becomes lighter, cleaner, truer, more intentional, less crowded with unnecessary burdens, less cluttered with distractions. What remains is what matters. What remains is what will carry you forward. What remains is what was meant for you all along. So when the next obstacle appears, don't panic. Don't assume you're losing. Don't assume life is breaking something important. Instead, whisper to yourself, this is the filter. Let what's false fall away. Let what's essential stay.
That is how obstacles become your allies, not by making life easier, but by making your path clearer than ever before.
As soon as you begin using obstacles as a filter, letting them strip away the unnecessary, letting them reveal what is real and what is not, your inner world becomes clearer, lighter, more aligned. You stop gripping things that were never meant to stay. You stop assuming every loss is tragedy. You start seeing how difficulty refines you instead of destroys you. And right when this clarity settles, life introduces something heavier, something that hits deeper than inconvenience, deeper than disappointment, deeper than closed doors. Emotional pain. Not the sharp kind that passes quickly. The lingering kind. The kind that sits in your chest like weight. The kind that squeezes behind your ribs and makes the world feel smaller. The kind you can't think your way out of. The kind that follows you into the day and back into the night. Most people treat emotional pain as a sign that something is wrong, either wrong with life or wrong with them. They assume pain means failure, or punishment, or weakness, or unfairness. But inner fortitude requires a different understanding, one that the Stoics understood long before psychology had language for it. Consider emotional pain a tax you pay for growth, not a punishment, not a curse, not a flaw, a tax, an unavoidable cost of becoming someone wiser, stronger, and more aware than you were before. Growth is not free. It demands something from you. It always has. It always will. If you want emotional depth, you will feel deeply. If you want resilience, you will face what challenges you. If you want inner peace, you will confront inner chaos. If you want clarity, you will walk through confusion. If you want wisdom, you will feel the sting of your mistakes. If you want self-respect, you will endure the pain of setting boundaries. If you want confidence, you will face fear and walk anyway. If you want healing, you will reopen wounds before they can truly close. Emotional pain doesn't come to harm you. It comes to carve you. Just like muscles tear before they strengthen, the heart strains before it expands. The mind aches before it evolves. The identity cracks before it upgrades. You cannot grow without discomfort, and you cannot expand without cost. Pain is that cost.
But here is the part most people never learned.
Emotional pain becomes unbearable only when you interpret it as meaningless. When you give it meaning, it becomes tolerable, even transformative.
Pain with no purpose is suffering. Pain with purpose is evolution.
When emotional pain rises, ask yourself, what is this pain making possible for me? Maybe it's making space for a stronger version of you. Maybe it's dissolving an old illusion. Maybe it's confronting a fear you've avoided for years. Maybe it's pushing you to develop emotional endurance. Maybe it's showing you where your identity still needs reinforcing. Maybe it's asking you to let go of something you've outgrown. Maybe it's revealing what you've been denying. Maybe it's teaching you how to stand alone. Maybe it's reminding you of your capacity to feel deeply and still continue. Emotional pain often arrives in the exact moments where you are transitioning from oneself to another. It is the toll booth between chapters, the price of crossing the bridge from who you were into who you're becoming. And like any toll, you don't pay it forever. You pay it once to step forward. This doesn't make pain pleasant, but it makes pain purposeful. The Stoics didn't romanticize suffering, but they understood. Pain turns the mind inward, toward insight. Pain reveals your values. Pain reveals your expectations. Pain challenges your illusions. Pain humbles you. Pain strengthens your presence. Pain clarifies what truly matters. Pain is not the enemy. Pain is the sculptor. When you begin viewing emotional pain as a tax, something shifts inside you. You stop resisting every feeling that hurts. You stop assuming you're broken when you're hurting. You stop expecting growth without cost. You stop fighting pain with panic. You start letting the pain teach you. You start letting it guide you. You start letting it refine you. You start asking, what is this carving out of me? And what is it shaping within me?
And the more you accept emotional pain as part of your path, the less grip it has over you. Because nothing terrifies the mind more than believing pain is pointless. Once pain gains purpose, fear dissolves. You stand taller. You endure longer. You recover faster. You grow deeper. Here's the quiet truth. Every powerful, steady, emotionally mature person you admire has paid this tax again and again. Not because they wanted pain, but because they wanted growth enough to withstand it. Emotional pain is the admission fee to a life lived with depth, clarity, strength, and inner fortitude. You don't have to love pain. You don't have to pretend it feels good. You simply have to accept. This hurts because I'm stretching. This aches because I'm evolving. This pain is not punishment. It is progress. And once you adopt that understanding, you become someone who cannot be broken by emotional storms, because you know what they're building within you. When you look back at everything you've just walked